It's an illusion. It's an illusion. It's not about the money, not the time. Heavy is the price you pay. You know you had it coming all your life. Everybody knows your name. Taking it one step at a time. I might be wrong, but don't think twice. It's an illusion. It's an illusion.
Right now I need it. Yeah, it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Spent too much on the wrist on me. Man upstairs, never diss on me. Way too many bands, it's a lick on me. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Take it easy, baby. If you need a baby, I be singing songs like I'ma need a baker. I'ma need a baker for what I'm cooking, baby. Cause it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, I'm ballin', finna go pro. Yeah, I'm kicking it in a dojo. Make a movie, get a GoPro. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All my goals, I'ma hit them all. Mama told me go hard. Now I'm outside finna ball. Cause cause it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Cause it's game time. Cause it's game time. You can hang tight. Yeah. Cause it's game time.
We breathe without thinking. It's automatic, like a pendulum swinging. But I feel myself slipping. Everything's static. My body can't map it. I need you to breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. Breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me.
And there's only so many spots available left come Katowice in November's time. We've seen so many different regions already send their ballots. Now it's time for North America. Welcome back to another installment of Call of Duty Mobile here for Stage 4. My name is Proper. Joined with me is Ton and Brody. And I know it's getting late for you guys over there. I guess it's soon to be early. Brody, are you ready for the jam-packed evening that's about to be NA?
Oh yeah, absolutely, mate. NA has a lot to prove with this season. I'm excited to see what they're going to bring to the table for us here today.
Ton, I know that you've been beckoning for that late cup of coffee for quite a few weeks now, but that day bed continuously looks more and more comfortable. You ready for the late night, bud?
I'm locked in now. I've had my coffee about half an hour ago. It's slowly starting to make its way through my system, and I've never been as locked in as I am right now.
Well, there's only one place you want to continuously be locked in. Make sure you follow alongside all of our socials so that way you can stay up to date at COD-M Esports on X, the artist formerly known as Twitter, and COD-M Esports on Instagram as well. Very fun stuff as things are continuously progressing throughout the weeks. But maybe you are need a little bit of a refreshment of how we got here. Ton, go ahead and roll us through the entire Rolodex of the previous stage and where we currently reside.
Oh, well, if you don't know it by now, you've all seen this for years, but this is how it works. It's a lovely old format that starts with the top 64. Well, we've lost it, but relevant of that, you probably would have already had this burned into your retinas, but at the same time, top 64 teams do qualify in-game through the open finals on Face It. 8 best teams go into 2 groups of 4. They go up against each other to make it to the stage 4 finals. The top 2 from each of those groups. Well, we have them now with 4 teams remaining. The top 4 teams are going to be fighting it out for 3 spots in Poland, as well as, well, a little bit more proper.
Yeah, and the entire stage has been set into the GSL style groups into where we reside right now, but it's more than just a couple dollars that we're playing for right now, Brody.
Yeah, it absolutely is. There's a ton of money on the line, as there always is with these regional competitions. And if you are first place, if you walk away as champions, not only do you book one of those 3 spots for Katowice, but you also get yourself a nice little bit of dosh, $10,000 to first place in the tournament. And of course, if we even get into this stage of the competition, you at the very least will be walking away with something. Of course, there you can see the split: $1,500 for 4th place, all the way through that $10,000 again for first. That's a lot of cheddar.
It is a decent amount of cheddar, and you might need it come Katowice's time. We're going to be talking more and more about what is in store for us come November, given how cold it may or may not be. You're going to need that hot chocolate, coffee, or maybe some tea and biscuits, as Brody loves to always coin it. But maybe you need a little bit further of an explanation on things as how they currently are laying down as far as the groundwork. So we got this lovely little video to catch you guys up on where we currently reside.
Stage 3 of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships wasn't just a battle, it was a grind for survival. 45 squads entered the best of 3 Swiss system in Stage 3, but only the top 16 marched on to playoffs. At the top stood TLE Esports, disciplined, ruthless, and unshaken. The former Snapdragon Pro Series champions held firm through a 3-2 nail-biter with XtreM Pe. And when UnMythic Dream forced a match finals reset, TLE shut the door in round 2 to secure the top seed. Now in Stage 4, only the top 8 remain in a high-stakes best-of-5 GSL-style format. In Group A, TLE stayed untouchable while the rest were thrown into non-stop 3-2 chaos. Out of the brawl, only one team, Rejects, clawed through with their bold, unpredictable plays. Over in Group B, UnMythic Dream's discipline and XtreM Pe's raw aggression proved too strong, both punching their tickets to the finals uncontested. So, does TLE's calm dominance carry them to glory, or will UnMythic or XtreM Pe shatter the script? This is the road to Stage 4, where order meets chaos. Legends clash with underdogs, and every round could rewrite history.
Order meets chaos. Just absolutely lovely to be able to hear just such fantastic script writing. Brody, very familiar voice coming throughout all of that. I'm sure that you were absolutely stoked going through. You can hear it in your chest, man. It's unbelievable to find ourselves back within the world season once again. In North America, they continuously showcase that they're vying for positions, not only within each other's ranks, but also on the main stage once we do end up getting there.
Yeah, I mean, look, North America has a lot of proof this time around, right? Obviously, there is a lot of talent with the region. You can see that with the bracket we've got set up ahead of us for today. But, you know, ultimately we go into this season and it's like, look, North America has had a couple of years where maybe they've been a little bit off track. We talk about 2022. North America was on top of the damn world. They were the champions. They had 2 teams in the grand finals. And over the last couple of seasons, things have kind of gone downhill ever so slightly. But I like the current crop of talent we've got in North America. There's a lot of talent on board between all the teams that have kind kind of arrived from Mexico over the last couple of seasons of SPS, and then of course some of your mainstays such as Rejects and a couple of players maybe on XPE. There's a lot of talent here, and I love what that's brought to the table so far in the bracket.
Well, as we are continuously talking about it, just a few months away, actually whittling down to a few weeks, we're going to be packing our bags over to Poland. Talking about Katowice, a very tenured city when it comes down to esports, whether you have a phone in your hand or a keyboard or a mouse in your lap, all things come to a grand conclusion, and it's our world stage in Katowice. Here's a quick little refresher on what's in store for us in a few weeks' time.
Downs Elevate are the greatest Call of Duty mobile team in the world! Big map, not largely land. Metrock trying to step up the tempo work. B-Hawk with another double. He's been so good for his squad first. A decent comeback effort for Tribe. Trying to force the Annihilator. Zip up, but still finds a way to break it through. 3 for Rehan. The break, they've got split spawns. Can they fix this up? No, they can't because Tron gets the double. Victory out of nothing. God.
So if you didn't regain from Fusion, a dub is a dub at the end of the day.
And you can see just the groundwork as far as the layout. As soon as we get to Katowice Ton, very fun times ahead of us as the format has ever so slightly changed.
Yeah, really excited to see how things are going to go down in Katowice, but we still need to figure out our teams to actually send there. We've figured out quite a few of them at this moment, of course. Europe a couple of weeks ago, only one split over there for the North American side of things, though, for these 4 teams who are on my right-hand side. Of course, there is those 3 spots, so it's going to be interesting to see how they go through things. It is a bit more of a different dynamic on what we've seen last a couple of weeks ago, of course. Yeah, it should be an interesting old time. I'm excited to get there with you boys.
Only just a few weeks away. If you start counting down now, it can only pass by so fast. But as the schedule has already revealed itself, we're going to be starting off with TLE going against XPE. If that's not enough E's at the end of enough sentences, don't worry, Brody will definitely keep you covered throughout all of it. But Ton brings up a fantastic point here, Brody. If you win out today throughout all these matches, you already seal your deal to be able to get to Katowice. Again, for North America, we're taking 3 spots. So in reality, you just got to reach top 2.
Yeah, I mean, we make it sound so easy, right? The competition in North America, right? Yeah, just get it done. But yeah, I mean, that's been the hot topic, right? Conversation. 3 spots in North America this year once more. So if you're, I mean, even at this stage of the competition, you're one of the final 4 teams. You literally just have to win 1 match and you're in the top 3. You guarantee a spot at Katowice. And again, we make it sound so easy, but we know that ultimately it is not. And North America, I think the competition between all of the teams here is pretty close. I don't know who is going to take it between the 4 teams playing today.
Well, we'll talk more about Rejects and Co. later as we got a deep dive into TLE versus XtreM. And well, we're going to be starting off here with you, Tom. What do you got to tell us about XPE here, man?
Well, I mean, they're coming into this one as potentially one of the underdogs out of the 4 teams that we have here. It's one of those hard things to say when there is literally those 3 spots, but they're coming in with an opportunity. I think a lot of people have maybe somewhat talked down of North America to a certain degree. You know, we've seen so many of the top players for years and years making their name, obviously over in a different region right now. Of course, that is now, yes, okay, not necessarily the best for NA as a whole as a competition, but it is giving opportunity to other teams like XtreM Pe to potentially come through and do something here. For them, going up against TLE, it's a very, very tough ask straight out of the gate. But as Brody just said, you need to win 1 game before you lose 2, and you're going to Poland. So, I mean, look, for these teams, it is literally just that. You just need to win 1 game. They'll be coming into this one saying, okay, this could be a pretty tough one. Yes, absolutely. But we have plenty more opportunities as tonight goes on and tomorrow goes on. For them, this is a bit of a litmus test. I'm curious to see how they're going to go, but I think that's probably going to be the same for TLE as well. But yeah, for XtreM Pe, it's a potential to get it done early. It is probably what you would rather do, but still, it's question marks all around.
No names on both sides of the screen, Brody, but for TLE Esports, you got S-Thug and Co. just ready to ramp things going. They have yet to drop a single map in this stage.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is TLE. This is a roster, again, that, you know, when I was doing my prep for North America, one of the things that kept on consistently coming up was that TLE are the team to beat. They are the team that's kind of not necessarily dominated the competition so far, but I do want to say have been pretty confidently the best team in it. And you kind of mentioned why there. You got names like S-Thug that, you know, has been around the grounds for the longest of times, of course, played at Champs last year. You've got a lot of names from Mexico that have played together for a really long time as well. You know, Tatio and Zyrax being big names that have played together last year on UnDream, or last season, I should say, excuse me, on UnDream. And it's just a lot of names that you will know if you've been keeping up with kind of LATAM Call of Duty Mobile over the years, and of course North America over the last year as well. So TLE, I mean, look, they're a really well-rounded out squad. They are definitely the squad to beat here. They've got that experience to pull them through the competition. But as Tan already said, I don't want to count XPE out, because equally there's also some names on the other side that you kind of want to keep an eye on, like Fabuloso, of course, was also on that UnDream roster last season.
Coldest is another name that immediately jumps off the page. You want to talk about a tenured name that has ramped their name through, at least from top 6 perspective when it comes to North American Call of Duty Mobile. Coldest is one of the straighter shots of yet to be able to break through that upper echelon, but finds himself here to potentially end up winning games. So what's going to be the venues of what we're going to be doing our battle on? Well, here are the best of 5 maps that are at least the Vetoes. And well, Brody, it could be happy days. You get your Combine for a map number 4, Kurohana Metropolis for a map number 5, but you reckon we get there?
Ah, man, you know what? I think there is a solid chance that we do. You know, it is so difficult. I think so many of these teams in North America are so evenly matched. And I know that TLE are a powerhouse roster that people are expecting to get through. But as I said, I don't want to count XP out. I will say, though, I'm glad at the very least that we're going to be kicking this series off from the Slums and then the Coastal. Those are just such fun maps to cast, especially that Coastal. I think it's like one of the most popular S&D maps right now in Call of Duty Mobile. It plays so damn well, and I'm so excited to see what these North American teams are going to bring to the table when it comes to that map.
Ton, Takeoff map number 3. How you feeling?
I think this is coming into a very standard map set, I suppose, in the sense that this is something we've been seeing quite often. But honestly, I like the first few maps, at least anyway, for both these two teams, in the sense of that you're coming in, you know exactly what you've got coming out of Slums, you can play your game. But then we get a little crazy as we go map 4 and 5. So it could be a really good end of series, but it's very standard, methodical play over the first few maps. So yeah, the best team will 100% come out on top. But as the series goes on, things get a little crazier, and I'm all for it.
As we continue on, we are deep into the Wild Wild West. These teams going to be feeling each other out. We're going to be seeing a lot of these different gunfights, at least for the first time when it comes down to that map number 2, and especially that map number 5, where we do end up seeing it. But both teams are rearing and ready to go. Again, the name of the day here, we got 3 matches. You just got to win one of them, and if you win this opening matchup, you book your ticket to Katowice. We will be seeing you in Poland. At least us 3 will be, and we hope to see you there as well. But as far as this best of 5 map set is concerned, I think that you're mostly concerned when you're looking at the Slums Hardpoint, especially for the pace. I think Brody said it ever so wonderfully, that TLE Esports are coming into this as the #1 favorite team. Just going back for what VOD I did have available, they were putting teams in the absolute ground, Brody. I think that that's going to be the continuation. Although names have been jumping ship to then go play at the CDM stage across the seas in the East, these guys have then taken the pedestal or the mantle away from those now to be able to set that pace here in North America.
Hey, you got a hell of a legacy to follow, right? I mean, you talk about some of the best teams in the world now. The one North American team that currently exists in China. I'm still calling North American. I know Tech is probably out there right now. So no, we're not North American. We're Chinese now. Look, guys, you're still a North American team. You know, that's a lot of pedigree that you got to follow up, right? Because they're considered one of the best hardpoint teams, if not the best hardpoint team in the world. Maybe we're also taking that title. I don't know. That's a conversation to be had. But yeah, it's a big thing to follow. TLE, they seem to have that. They were a really good hardpoint team, all of these players. So hopefully they come out strong at the beginning of this best of 5.
We'll have to see who sets the pace. Map number 1, Slums Hardpoint, Ton, Infinity. I'm going to go ahead and take a little bit of a back seat. You guys enjoy this one.
Well, Slums to kick things off here. Brody in North America, very excited to jump into today's games. A lot on the line for all these teams. It's kind of what we've already explained. You're coming into it, you need to win one series. That is it. I mean, look, for teams like TLE, etc., this is pretty much signed, sealed, and delivered, you would like to think. For XPE, though, it may well be a little bit of a longer gauntlet, if you like.
Yeah, definitely. I think that this is the key thing for me, right? You talk about XP, and again, you look at some of those names on the roster. I already mentioned Fabuloso, of course, was on UnDream last season alongside Tatio and Zyrax, which makes for an interesting kind of head-to-head here as we get into this map. But obviously, you know, even beyond that, right, you've got names like Rihan, who again, has been competing in Call of Duty Mobile for the longest time. Coldest, who has been kind of making a name for himself, albeit kind of slowly over the last couple of years in COD in North America. So there's a lot of names here you don't want to underestimate. TLE, I don't want to see them get ahead of themselves too quickly in this one.
Yeah, you can absolutely not start up a matchup like at this stage. I mean, these are the top 4 teams out of everybody in North America right now. I think whatever you say about the region and some of the, obviously the better players moving on to different pastures, so to speak, there's still some solid talent who are looking to try and book their trip over the Atlantic. Right now, the TLE on rotation over towards P2 and pretty even start after the first hill. XP doing a really good job actually of getting some time back. Legacy trying to find a way through. Spawns towards the back for XP. TLE still in control.
Yeah, this is a really good important spawn flip coming out from XP. They're trying to pressure around the front as well as keeping those back spawns. That's going to spawn TLE players out towards the middle of the map as well. You lose Coldest in the play though, and now all of a sudden it comes down as some of the ops in towards the play, and Fabuloso getting that kill with the war machine. That should flip the spawns, and it's going to be XP back in control.
TLE, I wasn't too sure if that was Unravel getting a bit of a rogue spawn towards the backside or if he just slipped the net. Either way, TLE have found a way back through. And whatever you can do with your operators, well, we can do better. Saucy has the death machine out. We're backing on up. 15 seconds remaining here over towards P2. But that'll be a nice easy rotation off for the side of XP. P3 starting to come into fruition, and for a lot of teams over, well, a couple of weeks ago, this has been a bit of a money hill, of course, well over its entirety of a history of a map on Slums Hardpoint. But can XP do anything with it right now? They are getting thrown around the map. TLE finding a way through. Mon finding a big kill coming through as well. Equalizers are out, pushing their way through. Spawns are now split. TLE have broke through that setup, the XP setup.
Yeah, now this is an opportunity for TLE to really start to run riot here in this game. Mon will find a second kill. Now pushing around the back line. You lose one player in the back. Actually, Legacy is going to find a crucial double. That's going to manipulate the spawns ever so slightly here, that XP can now push through the front. And that is a huge moment here in this game, Tony. You talk about the amount of investment that TLE made in that hard point. 4 ops, amount for pretty much nothing. Now XP are in.
It's mid. XP's job may be a little bit more difficult, but if Estor can find a few like that, okay, it just makes it easier. XP being forced away and have no say in it whatsoever. TLE just eventually, I mean, just get their way, don't they? You see the transition starting to come through. They disrupt XP, who seemingly had a good setup, and then all of a sudden they find their way back through again when things didn't quite go as rosy as they would have liked. Inevitability feels like the word there, as TLE starting to find themselves a bit of a foothold in this hard point after only 3 hills. Heading over towards the garage though, and Saucy and Coat starting to line shots up. Fabuloso will be dealt with as well. TLE not in a terrible position to break back, but XP could do with a hold sometime sooner rather than later.
Yeah, you just didn't have anybody watching that graveyard, and now you're starting to panic just a little bit here. XP, that Sparrow doesn't really get anything whatsoever. Rehan follows up with a couple of kills, and you are going to flip the spawns, but you haven't dealt with the players actually inside the hard point. Finally, one more down gear ton, and there will be blue kills in the feed. XP are going to be in, but right now it does just feel, generally speaking, like XP, they are scrambling. They don't feel as well put together maybe as TLE are here in this game.
Yeah, it's kind of feeling like they're the bridesmaid in this hard point, and right now TLE very much the bride, the one leading the dance, and have themselves around a 50-point lead already after their first rotation of hills. 20 seconds to go here though. Can XP eat in this? Maybe they can, because Coldest doing a really good job with the death machine, finding a way through. Not much can be done from Mon apart from a little bit of disruption, so they will get a bit of time over towards the latter stages of that rotation. TLE will take that all day long though. Rotation over towards P1 looks good for them. P2, they'll be setting their sights over to that in about a minute's time, and they are on the right side of the map to do so.
Now, start talking about utility here in this game. Unravel already starting to utilize the Tempest. This thing, of course, one of the somewhat newer additions to the meta in terms of operators. And Unravel not being given anything at the moment. He's just going to have to wait a little bit longer. Not going to be long before that thing is going to go away, and it does. But right now, they're just keeping an eye on all of the different spawn points. Finally starting to get overwhelmed here, and another op is going to be forced out. Estad, can he find any value with this claw?
A couple of players in his way. We'll find 2. Coldest will find 1 back as well. Nice break potentially coming through for XP. 30 seconds to play for here at P1. Can do much with it. On trying to find a way through. Cannot. So XP will eventually get themselves through, but the secondary objective is going to be to push through for the P2 spawns. 20 seconds remaining here over towards P1. TLE still fighting over this, trying to make it as difficult as they possibly can, but they have to be careful not to get flipped. There's a spawn out for TLE. This is an opportunity for XP. They've done well over towards P1. Now P2 looking like something could be on the cards. Not a bad start to the second rotation for the team who are currently still behind.
TLE are going to be the ones in control of those spawns. We talk about what happened last time around. XP managed to flip them and then invest in towards this time. Good opportunity for them to do the same thing again, but this time they're trying to approach from the front, and Maujin with the War Machine is cutting off the reinforcements. He's going to go down, and that's going to give XP an opportunity now to hit this hill from the front.
TLE put themselves in a couple of good positions, but maybe playing a little passively. XP trying to find a way through. Fabuloso currently firing at his teammates. He needs to stick that in towards the point because that's where the danger is, and Mon will prove that in 2 kills. 24 alongside. Can they continue just to find absolutely everything? Mon wipes them with the equalizer, spawning out XPE. They had an opportunity there, but TLE shut it down.
Yeah, and again, the fact that you've got those black spawns blocked as well by TLE means that, I mean, it's just, you can definitely push out the hill with the equalizers, right? You're not kind of in danger of flipping out the spawns in any real way. That's now the first real solid hold we've seen from either of these two teams in this game. That is basically a full 60 to TLE, and it basically blows this game wide open. We go into the next, and nobody's blocking blue. TLE, they're going to be knocking at the door.
Oh, it's just far too easy. They're like a knife through butter right now. Unravel can find something over towards the other side onto Yuji. XP may well get a little bit of respite here because these kills are starting to come through when they need to. They've shut down the pushover through Garage as well. TLE trying to find different routes in, and, well, so far they're struggling. Rehan inside of the point now with the equalizers. They need to hold for a good amount of time here. 45 seconds on offer. You could do with every single one of those seconds.
Yeah, and nobody was watching that little streak. That's the biggest issue there. So S-Thug is going to be able to come behind enemy lines, pick up a couple of gunfights. That's going to get TLE back in towards this time. And now if you're XPE, you really are starting to panic, aren't you? Usually it's going to knock at the door for a couple of kills. There's still 30 seconds left. You've got to simultaneously focus on pressure towards the hard point as well as getting those spawns. And it is a full yellow feed. They just can't find any value.
Yeah. There's just moments here and there where TLE have pulled the trigger. And XPE are really suffering. They're making every second count when they are giving the opportunity, and XPE are just clutching at straws. Scrap time has literally been the name of the game as we rotate now over towards the next hill. We go over towards Garage in just a few seconds' time. XPE are going to be here, but it feels like a delay of the inevitable. TLE not necessarily in a sensational position, or they weren't. Now they have the rotation. They have it locked down. 55 seconds to play for TLE. They only need 35.
Oh, this is a DM and a half. So many bullets. You've got a massive magazine, not really doing all that much. I think at the very least, just kind of boxing players in. Now on the other side, you've got Maujin going in with the War Machine. It is band for band right now in terms of operators, and TLE, they look like they're coming out on top. Maujin's even kind of predicting where players are going to cut the spawn, but he's just not going to find the kills. XP, they will be the ones to do so. And now we look towards the time gear turn. XP, they should still have control.
Yeah, they do. It just almost feels like, okay, the game is over, and then XP will come through and find a couple of kills out of nothing. Estog and Mon, though, just there to try and find the trades. They're still only 20 seconds away. They know they don't need to do a great deal here. Rotation over towards P1. Starting to come to fruition, and for 10 seconds remaining over towards the latter stages of the second rotation. TLE are set up to end this one at P1 now. They weren't able to hold fantastically last time out. If XP can find a break back, then we maybe do have a game on our hands, and they're starting to maybe find something here. Legacy can find 2. Estog answers back. Rehan is able to just maybe potentially slow this one down, but XP certainly found a way through. Yeah, Brody, still 20 seconds away for TLE.
You've got to flip the spawns. That's exactly what they've done. They've just got parallels here in this situation. You will know that as well. Yuji, a big opportunity to do something, but he's only going to find one. And now TLE, they're starting to invest. That was the opportunity. It might be the dagger.
They found the kills to set up the opportunity, but they've whiffed. When they've smelt blood in the water, the kill's starting to come through for XP once again, though. They're going to have to find a way through, but you are really scrambling at this stage. Yuji can't find anything. And honestly, it has been the tale that is as old as time in Call of Duty Mobile. If you do not invest your operators wisely, if you do not invest them efficiently, you will lose out. Plenty of times we've seen XP maybe try and find a way through. They've had their moments here and there. TLE just not quite able to get this one done here over towards P2. Though XPE do seemingly have the spawns, but can TLE get it done? Yes, they can. They won't see a P2. Efficient, to say the least. When they were offered opportunities, they took them with both hands. And XPE really did not have too many answers.
I think just in terms of holding, TLE just looked a damn sight better in that game. You talk about operators being maybe a difference between the two teams, and that definitely was the case. But for me, we looked towards so many different hard points where XP had opportunities to hold and they could never really get it done. Opportunities to break and they could never really get it done. I think even kind of an early example, right, was that P2 break coming out from XPE where they break for, what was it, like 20, 30 seconds. They still, off the back of that break though, were not able to get a solid hold through. Whereas TLE, you look back towards their P2 rotation on the second set ton and they looked much more put together. And part of that was down to a pretty good equals out of TLE. So on the whole, just feels like TLE, a little bit more value coming out of these hard points where XP can find it. This is that equals, by the way, coming out from whatever player is playing under the Mon moniker. But still, that kind of play that isn't just kind of predicated on, all right, cool, we're going to push out the kill and get kills with the equals. It's, all right, we're going to do that and we're going to hold spawns. That right now, I think, is kind of split the difference between TLE and XPE.
Very much an outslay across the board, wasn't it? Mausin was there picking up the time. Everybody else very much doing their job on the slay in front. Incredible work from TLE, but kind of what we expected. Comfortable, right? We thought they'd be coming into this as the stronger team. We weren't 100% sure what we're going to see from XPE. And what we seen was a decent effort, but nothing more than that on the hard point. But plenty of other game modes to maybe turn the tide. We've got a Coastal coming up as well. That one could be played in a couple of different ways. If XPE can get something going there, then you never know. Especially as we head into a Control and Takeoff. Still all to play for both of these two teams, but TLE will get the start that they wanted and would have expected. They are 2 maps away from securing themselves a spot in Katowice here, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's a phenomenal start for TLE. I think for both you and I here, right, expectations are kind of not really set for any of these teams outside of what we see on kind of Liquipedia. Shout out to those guys, by the way, for updating that page consistently, and Scrims, and really hearsay, right? You know, I can sit there and I can watch CDM and I can watch, you know, the carry first playoffs. I can sit here and watch Indian players and just see what people say about teams in the chat, right? And just talks players. The information actually seeing these teams play is basically non-existent because NA hasn't had any their own domestic tournaments outside of season 6 of SPS. That was the last time we literally got to see any of these guys play. And so it's very difficult to gauge any information about these guys. So for me, I think, you know, we are looking at kind of first impressions of the likes of TLE, the likes of XP, and, you know, if TLE have this record of being a phenomenal hardpoint team, well, they did show it there in map number 1. I will say, though, you know, talking big picture here, and this is something I think we're going to be constantly referring back to, you know, we talk about NA on the global stage. Where are they going to be at come November? Obviously, regardless of what happens here, there's going to be a couple of months before we get there. You know, for me, it's going to be kind of gauging impressions. All right, cool. How is your hardpoint looking? Because if it's looking great, you're going to be fine in Katowice. If it's even looking a little bit weak, even if you win the map, that's not going to do come November.
Well, that's not something they've got to worry about as we're loading the Coastal, at least, but maybe something for a day, well, maybe 2 months down the line. That's how months work, isn't it? It is 2 months away.
Yeah, it is.
Maths is working. Yeah, it's solid. All right, well, I'm not going to make the late excuse just yet. I'm saving that for, well, in a couple of hours' time.
Yep.
XP looking to try and get something going here in the search and destroy. They'll be on the attacking side to kick things off, and kicking things off indeed. It's a big push over towards B. Maybe just a bit of smoke and mirrors here, but they will actually find a gunfight. They will actually find a nade. Incredible work from Fabuloso. And all of a sudden, that's going to open things up over towards B, or so you thought. Unravel will just even those odds and then some. I mean, just challenge one by one, why don't you? Unravel holds it down. Rest of the team are on the way. Trades will come back on through. Saucy will find something, but Coldest, all of a sudden, from what was feeling like a positive situation, is left in a 1 versus 2.
Unravel still might have won this round, and he will have done. And yeah, I think the utility there could have been ever so slightly better. Obviously, the trophies are in the sight to protect Unravel, but the fact he still finds those 3 kills, the fact they go 1 by 1 in the way that they do, obviously, is very difficult sometimes with the pre-fire through that little cut. But still, just maybe 1 stun better placed, and things have been entirely different there for XP. But ultimately they aren't. Now we're looking for those opening snipes once again. Aggression on towards Saucy in the middle of the map. I love that play call from Coldest. You know somebody's going to be in the middle of the map. Get rid of them early. That affords you so much space.
I mean, as far as what we're seeing is the throws, the shoulders that we're getting to see the different looks from XP. Don't hate what we've seen over these last 2 rounds, albeit the first one didn't quite play out how they would have liked. Putting themselves in a good spot here in round number 2. 5 versus 3 in their favor. Coldest just lingering, playing that island slot, if you like, in the middle of the map. Well, he has been dealt with somewhat by Unravel, but still a 4 versus 3.
Your expectations should be pretty set here. You know that Unravel's going to be able to sight. Do you know exactly where he's going to be is the question. Nades utility out towards the back line. This is a big first blood to get, and he's got too much to deal with this time. That is a much better play out of XPE to enter into the site.
Possible situation now for Mon and Mausen, you would like to think. Bomb down inside a B in a 2 versus 4. Need to maybe just find a freebie, and hopefully somebody fumbles, but all 4 of them inside of the side here over towards this B side, and 30 seconds to work with. This is beyond difficult. There's a trade going to come through. That works out absolutely fine for XPE. Mausen will find one, but the trade comes back through. UG will seal the deal. Overall, a very nice round from XPE.
Yeah, just very different, right? You know, again, you recognize that Unravel's going to be inside the B side. Oh, cool. Where you kind of failed last time around, make sure you're actually throwing shoulders, you know, a bit of delay play instead of playing so individually on the initial push, and they don't lose a single soul on their way in towards the site. So, beautifully played from XP. Nice adaptations into round number 2. And in towards round number 3, a little less aggressive this time, both from the players on the defense as well as Saucy, who is going to get that opening blood on towards Rehan. That's going to slow things up for XPE. They're going to have to find a way to penetrate the defensive line, but every single angle is being watched.
B definitely seems to be on the cards quite often here for XPE. I'm trying to mess around with anything over towards that A side, but the snipe coming out almost immediately. From, I believe it was Mausen in the end. Puts them in a really good position if you're TLE now, because XPE, whatever idea they had up their sleeve, it was Saucy, sorry, towards the backside. Good shot coming through. But one that you've offered up maybe a little bit too easily, and now what's the plan?
You just don't know where to go. You got 55 seconds as well. There are 2-minute search and destroy rounds here in Call of Duty Mobile, and XPE have X-Rocked this round now that they've lost a player. Where do they go? UG is trying to throw some shoulders right now. Mon, to be fair, I mean, they've only got a USS-9 on the other side here, so you can effectively just hit this on a 2v1.
Mon remaining patient, with nobody checked behind the vegetable cart. You can find one. UG is there for the trade, but it's a nice transition. In the end, over towards this A side, Saucy is in a lot of danger, and he doesn't know it. Really well played as far as the utility goes. Smokes just closing off angles, making things a little bit easier. But a 3 versus 3. The bombers went down. The Rebel will find UG, makes it a 3 versus 2. Can you hold on if you're XPE? Coldest gets picked apart, and once again, the idea is solid. The execution, mostly decent. But then when it comes to the punch, you need to hold that one down. In a 3 versus 3, you don't find a single kill. That's going to be a bit of disappointment. 2-1 TLE.
Yeah, I have no idea how Unravel's walked away with 2 kills there. Would have loved to have seen that.
Not a clue.
POV, because he just waltzed into those sites and find those kills. 6 for him, by the way, through the first 3 rounds so far. Definitely MVP for the TLE side so far. These opening snipes have been paramount to both rosters. The winner of them has walked away with a W on the round, and Saucy is going to pick the first this time. Fabuloso down for the count, and I wonder, do XP walk into the same problem they had previously? Because last time it felt like, yeah, you got there late round, you got into the site, but I think the time didn't really afford them much space to maneuver around the map, and it's going to get worse now as now you've lost Legacy.
It just feels as if they have to find the first blood to have an opportunity. Although, I mean, look, they presented some in the previous round, but an opportunity to actually go on to win it. Numbers, well, always help, but it feels like it's essential for XPE if they want to get that round. Right now, it's looking like a look over towards this B side, but it's with numbers at a serious disadvantage. You need somebody to pull something out of the bag, quite literally.
Defensive setup different as well this time. Do you hear S-Fug on the other side? No, you don't. You've seen Saucy. Do you see S-Fug? Doesn't matter. The shotgun's going to do it. The second kill going to do it as well. And now this is horrific for Rehan, isn't it? 1 versus 4. You don't know that there's somebody coming behind you, and you are donezo. As Saucy, paramount, was he drawing the first couple of bloods in that round? The adaptations swinging into the beat with the HSO as well. Not really much that XPE can do about that. The one round that XPE have managed to get, it's by way of making sure that Unravel is out of that B-bomb site and not losing that first blood of Saucy. You got to make sure that stops here.
Oh, very aggressive. Extremely aggressive. Oh, UG can't win the gunfight. Unravel, how has he found a second? He has been a huge problem and continues to be. Nearly found a fourth egregious overchild coming in from Unravel, and well, that may be what hurts them in this round. Rian can find a second out of nothing. Saucy and Co can eventually clean up, though it's all about Unravel and how it just very much did for XPE. You've got to find that first gunfight, and once again, they cannot. TLE fought one to the good. Again, XPE's ideas are not bad. They just are not shooting quite as straight.
Saucy wasn't even the issue in that round. It was just Unravel. He was there. He puts shots in. I have no idea what Coldest was trying to accomplish with that. Maybe practice for Ninja Warrior. I don't even know what he was doing, but he's going to go down anyway. I guess the good news for XP in this round is there's not a single bit of presence over by B. Like, TLE fully abandoned the site. I don't know what kind of gambit this is from TLE, but it's going to afford XP a hell of a lot of space. The only problem, of course, is that Yuji's the bomb carrier, and he is nowhere near this B site. So even if they do go for the rotation, there's a high likelihood that Yuji's going to get caught with his pants down.
I suppose for TLE, XP have, well, gone B over and over again, and that is a great shot from Rian. All of a sudden, they're 4 versus 3 now, as picks are starting to be found, but they're not going to be expecting this, are they? Absolutely not. SLK finds one. Oh, doesn't find the second. The trades will come through, but Mousen now left in the 1 versus 2. You can find the first 1v1.
Does he know that Brock's down? Right in front of him. Feels like Mousen certainly does. He's going to back away here. Cover the cross in towards A.
The enemy has the
Play for the 50-50. And he might have just lost it. XP has got that bomb. He is going to get the hell out of Dodge straight towards B.
The gap has been found. And Fabuloso will get this one down. And Mausen, well, potentially couldn't be further away. Maybe a smidge, but either way, the bomb will go down over towards B. And you've got some miles to make up. On the way over, positioning here from Fabuloso. Oh, you can't really tell because he's scoped in, but he's deep in the B bomb site.
Yeah, you just got to check this. So many different angles here. You have no idea where Fabuloso is going to be. The information here is that Fabuloso does run a sniper every so often, so you might know. Nade out the back.
Not much time. The angle's there for Fabuloso, who will find it. And what feels like an important round for XPE. And one that got Mixie over towards the middle of the map. TLE through a little bit of a different look with everybody stacking over towards A. Did not work. So TLE will go into the attack with a 2-round buffer, but a 5-1 lead would have, well, felt insurmountable, but 4-2 feels a lot better. XP, can you find something here on the defense to turn this one around? TLE looking to remain confident, throwing a little bit of a varied look across the map. Everybody looking for information, but B looking the more likely destination here.
How much util to TLE have in the bank? That's what you need to enter in towards the B site. You need to kind of a stun, a throw towards the left. You know that somebody more likely than not is going to be positioned there, of course. That what they might not be able to gambit for is the fact that there is another player sitting in the B cut. And you certainly don't want your entry fragger, even if it's S-Thug with the HSO to be the cat bomb carrier. That is a big risk to take. If S-Thug doesn't pick up the bomb, that's going to make things awkward here for TLE.
Mon has got super aggressive and found something. Coldest will get taken down. Now all of a sudden, if you're XP, what's the decision you make? Well, you move forward. Legacy will find something onto Saucy. Maybe they make things more attainable, especially with Rihan finding one onto Unravel. Legacy finds one back onto Mon, and all of a sudden we're in a 2 versus 2. You do really well there if you're XP. Know you kind of corner, know there's somebody over towards the backside of your spawn, just push out a different angle and find the gunfights. But still, nothing is guaranteed in this round, to say the least. Bomb going down.
Not looking.
Not paying attention. Legacy will find one. Mauser now left in the 1 versus 2. Surely just going to get pinched. Well played from XPE. They'll find one back. The defuse will come through. 4-3.
Yeah, just really unfortunate there in that 2 versus 2. You know, somebody has to be planting the bomb, and that bomb planter was looking in that direction, but obviously you can't do anything with the bomb down, and you can drop it, and you sometimes can catch a player with the plants down, but that was not going to happen against Legacy, who does find that gunfight. XPE, another round on the board. Certainly an unconventional one from TLE for sure. Maybe they'll go something a little bit more standard here in this. Of course, down the middle of the map, Saucy's been great for these first bloods. Looking for it again. He actually is going to whiff the first blood this time around. Rehan will pick up that for free. And that little bit of noise here, you can definitely tell for XPE, that's turned their attention towards A ever so slightly. But now things back to normal. They're okay. Now they're just going to wait patiently.
Execution hasn't been the problem in these last 2 rounds for them, has it? That seemed to be just one of those moments here, and there Fabuloso is just going to freebie onto Unravel. He's right next to Mon. He was like, okay, where's my teammate gone? Wasn't able to answer back in UG. Getting aggressive, Mon should be dead to rights here. Is there going to be a trade? No, there isn't. UG will get out. Well played. XP showing some serious pedigree here in the search and destroy. I'm liking what I'm seeing, Brody.
It's one of those questions, isn't it? Is this XP playing well on the defense, or is this TLE kind of playing a little bit lackluster on the offense? It does feel like they're a little bit directionless at the moment. Big first blood to get onto the site, and you're not winning your opening snipes as well, and that's just going to add insult to injury, isn't it? It's going to make things so much more difficult. They'll get the audio cue as to where Esfug is. He's still going to catch Fabuloso off guard. It's good for the first now, but you do not want to get this bomb down. You want more kills.
He's waiting for the push, and you know, here it comes. Now left in 1 versus 2. Expect the push to come from stairs. We'll back it on up. Push comes in from the other side. Information should have been there. Hold on a second. Oh, he whiffs the shot. The 1 versus 4 was on the cards for Estug, but eventually the shots come through, and that will be that. 4-4 in the blink of an eye. XP dragging this one. From, I mean, look, they were nearly 5-1 down, and all of a sudden it's 4-4.
It's just, what, 3 rounds on the bounce here, including 2 on the defense for XPE. They have looked ever so slightly better right now, Ton. And again, TLE, at the very least here, aren't just kind of throwing themselves at XPE. The first bloods have been somewhat problematic. Something in the middle of the map from Saucy. It's just not happening at the moment. Nobody giving anything away for free. Big one against Fabuloso. That would be a big player to take off the board and make things a little bit easier over by A as well. But again, Fabuloso not giving anything away for free just yet.
Bit of a slower round. TLE maybe at the stage of, right, okay, should we lean forward? Should we actually try and get this one done? Because right now, XP8 are starting to show up in the search and destroy. To their credit, causing TLE a lot of problems. But also going to have to back on down through the middle of the map here. UG not far away, but Rehan could be the one to find the first blow. And Estug just going to get caught for absolutely nothing. Team weren't there to follow it up. You don't hit your shot, and Fabuloso does. Mausin left wanting, and the snipers of XPE are absolutely dominating right now on Coastal. Unravel left in a 1 versus 4. Will find a 3. This will be for the ace. If you can find the 1v2, that's now left.
One. Pre-aim is good though from Coldest. Unravel at the very least makes it interesting, but the problem that's plagued TLE in these offensive efforts so far continues to plague them into round number 9, and that is those first bloods on the offense, something that was so good for them by way of Saucy on the defense. He finished, I think, the defensive half with, I mean, maybe even 7 kills. I'm not entirely sure if he's got anything this half thus far. He just cannot find anything. TLE, they got to get aggressive now.
You haven't been able to find anything the last few rounds, and well, maybe just get Mixie over towards B and see what happens. Seems to be the plan now. The plan has not worked, or has it? Numbers in your favor, and that one ends quickly. TLE around they absolutely needed. We'll find a bounce back there by just pure shock and awe over towards B. Good job to bring that one back, but that's one that can sometimes be a flip of the coin, but heads landed this time.
Nice off parts positioning here coming in there from Mont. Oh, a couple of kills in the late round. Adaptation from XP. 3 players around B now. They do not want to fall foul to the same situation. Unfortunately for them, though, in doing so, they've actually got Fabuloso out of position in the middle of the map. That's going to get Saucy forward here. Saucy going to whip that first shot. You garner information, though. Be very careful for Yuji on the map as well. You got an HSO around that corner. This is big for those opening bloods. Don't get over aggressive.
Yuji tried to get a little bit more. Helps his teammates out. 4 versus 2 now for XP8. And if you're Estug, you've got to move in and, well, find something you do, but your teammate has fallen at the same time. Need to chal over towards Fabuloso. You are stuck quite literally between a rock and a hard place. He does have the bomb, so if you can get it down, it invites that pressure, but I think XP are ready for him to do so.
At the moment, S-Thug is playing for nothing more than audio cues, trying to bait players in towards the site. You've got a little bit of time to play with here. XP, though, they are playing equally as steadily. They will win this little game of chicken. As soon as S-Thug gets this bomb down, XP will rain hellfire onto the bomb site. Now the bomb's going to go down. S-Thug now going to have to play defense in a 1 versus 3.
Hey, look, he's got an HSO, and in my mind, anything is possible. Maybe not with this utility that's available from the side of XP, though. It's thrown towards the backside. They've got a decent amount of information of where S-Thug is. What you've got to not do is challenge one by one. S-Thug doesn't land the second shot. Coldest lands his, and XP, for what feels like the first time in a long time, will find themselves up in the search and destroy. May well be the first time over the entirety of the map. Really showing a lot of pedigree here. Some nice plays in the search and destroy, and they find themselves 1 round away from tying the series up, Brody, and looking the more likely to do so.
It just looks so damn good on their defense, haven't they? TLE have only found one real way to break in, and that's been with one aggressive push in towards B. It doesn't look like the same is going to happen here. You're playing for over-aggression. Unravel. I will find something for free if Legacy decides to go over-aggressive. I don't think so. I think he's found his limit. On the other side, Fabuloso, warning shots through. TLE once again looking to try and push through with numbers here. You've got UG on the other side, though. It might be an HSO versus HSO affair.
XP ain't moving. Coldest just trying to keep them at bay. TLE just do not look as if they have too many ideas. And the thing is, for XP, it's not like they're just entirely sitting in. Look at the aggression that's come through from Legacy. Just cutting off angles, him pushing up all the way on that long side over towards A. Alright, doesn't cut the bomb site off entirely. You could push him from the mid side of the map if you're on the side of TLE, but it gives you so much control. They've got a pretty good idea where they're going, and UG is the one to maybe be the first line of defense. The push will not come through. Still 5v5, but that has changed. Unravel starting to get going again. He really was the catalyst for TLE in the rounds that they won in the first half of this game. And he will continue to survive. S-Thug getting aggressive now. This should be around for TLE if they can take advantage of this. Rehand will fall. The bomb is probably going to go down over towards this A side, and it will do in a 5 versus 3.
Got to be careful for Coldest, though. Big flanking play. Unravel should be watching, and he will be. A little bit individual here on the retake from XP, and they're all getting cut down for it now, just down to UG. That ain't happening. I love the play call from TLE, right? You make a little bit of noise over by B, you get that opening blood, and you make an immediate transition in towards A. XP, of course, they would never be ready for that on the defense, and they absolutely were not. And that's going to send us to overtime here. First search and destroy of NA, first Surga time.
First to 8 at this stage. TLE on the defensive side. XP really did enjoy themselves over towards B. You've seen TLE, I think in their final defensive round, wasn't it? They pushed, I think, 4 or 5 players over this A side. Very much a line across the map right now. Not looking to, well, maybe give XP too much of an opportunity. Because when they got those opportunities, they took them.
The difference here with these teams is that opening blood. Saucy is actually not going to get it just yet, although has a little bit of information that somebody's trying to push in the middle of the map, waiting for that over the top jump. Coldest did that a lot in previous offensive rounds. I think he just did it again, but unfortunately Saucy wasn't looking in that direction, so no information garnered there. Doesn't know that XP are still in the middle of the map. And so this game of chicken will continue. Of course, TLE benefiting from that. They're the ones on the defense. Saucy still on the hunt for this first blood.
As time winds on, advantage starts to go further and further over towards TLE because XP need to do something. They're the ones that have to plant the bomb, and right now they are just fishing in the middle of the map and can't find anything. Not a single bite from TLE so far. They've been very, very patient, but that push is going to start to come through. Unravel, who was somebody who was just consistently shutting it down, is going to continue to do so. S-Thug gets aggressive because he knows the round is done. TLE find the defensive round. Can they now find an attack to get this one done the hard way?
TLE just so much better there on the defense. Force though. This being overtime, now we switch again, and this is where XP thrived last time. TLE looked a little directionless. This is anything but though. They're spearheading straight in towards A.
Sheer aggression from TLE, something we didn't really see a whole lot of. Coldest. Oh, trying to find something, but that nade's not going to land. But nobody else from the side of TLE are going to push in that way. But Rehan will be dealt with on the site. UG has been left to fight another day. He's got Coldest alongside of him, but this bomb will go down in a 5v4.
Coldest plays his life though. That's some good news at the very least. Now you're looking for any freebies you can possibly get here. Approach this bomb site from multiple sides. Here we go.
Gotta find the push. Gotta find an angle. Not going to be able to. Saucy will find another. And Coldest momentarily on his own. Needs to find a miracle as Mausen will find another Fabuloso left in a 1 versus 4. Makes it a 1 versus 3. And doable. But shots have rang through. They know exactly where he is. They would have to do... I mean, it would be a monumental throw at this stage from TLE. Really made to work for it. But in the end, their pedigree just comes on through. Fabuloso, with 9 seconds to go, has done extremely well, but there's just no time. Mausen will close this one out. TLE will get it done in overtime. That was XP's opportunity. They do not take it. TLE 2 up in the series.
If we talk about what TLE were missing on their offenses over and over again, it felt like they were a little bit directionless. They couldn't break XPE. XP looked so much better on their defenses. And as you get into overtime, finally that changes. TLE, all right, look, let's just full send it on towards a site and hope for the best. And they do exactly that. They overwhelm, and albeit Fabuloso made the 1 versus 5 look at least a little bit realistic. That ultimately didn't happen. But yeah, I mean, it did feel like, you know, TLE early on their defenses, Saucy's opening bloods made all the difference. I think they finished that half at a 4-2 win. And then XPE, they did start coming back, right? They looked so good on their defenses. Again, kind of a mixture of XPE drawing those opening bloods. TLE couldn't get them. Saucy perhaps a little bit less effective on offense. And of course, XP also looking pretty good on defense. So yeah, looking pretty good there for TLE. They get it done in the end. One final kind of change of direction in overtime. That's going to give them a victory. Massive, massive shout out to Unravel though. That guy was dropping numbers, especially for the first half of that S&D.
Yeah, he was incredible, especially, like, I mean, he was the one really getting the rounds for TLE when they needed him over towards B. We're seeing XP, I mean, look, it was difficult for them, but they were making things work, especially over towards that B side. And Unravel was the only one stopping them really running away with anything. In the end, it was a very, very good defensive hold from TLE, but for XPA, not quite enough. There was opportunities that they just did not take, and now they find themselves 2-0 down. But for the side of TLE, look, you are 1 map away now from sending yourself to Katowice. That would have been the plan heading into this series, absolutely. You'd be hoping to go into the control with it all still to play for. But, I mean, look, it's just kind of shown. I mean, in the Hardpoint, we've seen consistently they look the better team. XP really did offer them a big, big challenge in that search and destroy there. But the cream very much did rise to the top there, Brody, at the end.
Yeah, just one small decision, ultimately, I think, just changes things for TLE, and that's something I think, just generally speaking, again, we're going to revisit that big picture here for a second, Ton. If you can consistently get to that point, then I think we're going to be a little bit happier with, you know, the NA teams, I think TLE in particular, with your search and destroy, just making sure you're making those decisions pretty consistently, recognizing much earlier, I think, than, what was it, 3 or 4 rounds in a row that they lost on the offense, where they felt a little directionless, like, just make that decision earlier, and I think TLE will be a lot better. But ultimately, it wins them a game, so it doesn't matter when you get it done, as long as you do get it done. Now you're 2-0 up in the series, and what felt like a pretty pivotal map for XP, they did end up losing it. So next up, we do go to this control on Takeoff, not standoff. I would love to see a standoff, but no, we're not going to standoff. This is Takeoff Control, of course. The spawns now, you can't spawn trap as well as maybe you could before. They're a lot more dynamic than they were previously. So it adds a little bit of dimension to this map. We'll see whether or not XP, though, can take this and extend the series in towards that Combine.
I'm just curious where XP's heads are at, really. I mean, that was an opportunity, or at least that felt like one in the search and destroy. You don't take it. You got to be careful of what TLE can potentially do here in this control. TLE on the defensive side as XP starting to try and get things going. That was another good gunfight win with the Type 63, trying to hold things down. Coldest and Code not doing too bad of a job through the middle of the map. An opportunity over towards A is starting to develop.
I like this play from XP as well. Really start to push forward and get red control. It kind of adds another sub-objective for TLE to pull forward before they actually get through. Unfortunately, though, nobody was actually in control of the launch center for XPE, and that's going to enable them Rebel to make a little bit of a flank and delay the attack for XP. Only 40 seconds on the clock now, and yeah, you might have red control. Yeah, you might have lounge control, but you have no launch center control, and that kind of continually opens yourselves up to flanks. Continue to open yourselves up for some Overwatch play coming out from TLE.
On the positive for XP, they do have the life advantage, albeit a small one. But you're right. You can see the side of the map that TLE are, well, holding station on, and it's going to make things very, very difficult for XP, even if they do get a hold of something over towards A, which is starting to develop. 2 takes her in. Yuji continues to survive. Kills starting to go the way of XP as well. That life advantage is very much with them. Feels like TLE are just throwing lives a little bit to the wind here. Minute and a half to go. Not a bad start from XP and a potential an attacking round yet. Usually already 7 kills. Starting to get things going. Rehan yet to, well, contribute whatsoever, but XP is still in a good spot.
Yeah, XP now starting to reach in from that red control again. The fact that they've got that means that TLE are going to continue to spawn in towards point with every consecutive death. We've also got UG, as you said, on 7 kills, pushed ever so slightly forward, getting shot in the back. That's going to force them to retreat towards the middle of the map. TLE now back in. Pred comes down. Now you know where everybody is except from the player coming off the spawn. Can you act on that info?
You gotta win that gunfight if you're Esto, potentially, but Mountain can find a couple. XP in a really good spot to get something going. Unravel just trying to go for the spawn kills. Gonna get a shot in the back. Incredible shot on the Fabuloso. Needs to find a few more, though. If he's seen one an opportunity, he may well do so here. The kill starting to run on through. The Tempest is out, and he may well be able to trap them in. Spawn out going to come through, though. So right now, yeah, pretty redundant over on that side of the map, but somehow TLE brought this back to a 5 versus 5. How does this keep happening? XPE, you are offered opportunities. You need to grab it now if you can. No, they are windy shots. Estug will have it. 5v4.
And part of me wonders how on earth XP have kind of let this round, not necessarily
I haven't a clue.
yet, but still, I mean, they were at a 6 life advantage or so over TLE, now just down by 2. You are at the very least behind enemy lines, 15 seconds left. Coldest needs to find some value with this war machine, or death machine, quickly, excuse me, down a half HP, got to get on the point.
Oh, I don't hate it. The push comes through, but you really have invested to make sure that this happens, and it ain't happening unless UG can find a 1 versus 4 TLE. We'll give them the credit. Have done extremely well to turtle up and find that round. XP, once again, show a little bit of promise, but can't quite get it over the line. Incredible work from TLE, though. They'll find it and find themselves with a relatively big operator advantage heading into the second round.
Yeah, what was that? 2 ops invested for out of XP at the end of that round. That is a big one to lose, and it's something we might well look back on at the end of this series and say, hey, that's another moment where XP maybe have extended, but they are going to double invest early on towards this one. Fabuloso are going to find a fair bit of value with the war machine to kick things off. They're actually finding a lot of kills here, Ton. Estug now bullied back towards the spawn. TLE, no breathing room whatsoever here. Nowhere near as successful at getting map control.
Nice bounce back, though. They've got to find some kills in the middle of the map and try and push themselves forward. Mausen trying to have a look over towards B, and that might have to be the route now as the gunfights are starting to be won. Saucy can find UG over towards the back. A little bit of help. Kind of want to concentrate on A just to extend that time, but they're being offered some openings over towards the B side. Coldest does well to find 2. That'll get shut down.
Now he's starting to move up the map, trying to get something through. Also finding 1 kill is going to make things a little bit easier here. Again, though, you've got no lounge control whatsoever. That makes things so awkward for TLE. It forces them funneling towards B. They don't actually know that nobody is actually at the back of the B zone, so they could at the very least contest the clock. 20 seconds left. That needs to be the play call, but is anybody watching this flank?
Trying to find something. Mon can shut down 1, 2, and B really is on the cards now. Unravel can find another shut it down. Will get traded. Starting to invest now if you're TLE because you smell blood in the water over towards this B side. Death Machine is out, but the rest of the team starting to fall. Yuji needs to and has not. Good job from XP just to buffer this one, and they'll get the buffered in the end. Now all of a sudden, if you're TLE, okay, well, you were in a little bit of a sticky situation because you invested over towards B with only 15 seconds to go, but you found the gunfight to where you needed to. Can you continue to do something here? Is Mon going to bring out the equalizers? B still on the cards. B may well be gone. Time extended. XPE, not much you can do about this now. A on the cards. 8 versus 4.
Yeah, now you've just created so much space for yourselves as well. Maybe a bit of an egregious investment coming out from Rebel. You don't necessarily need the 10 piston in 8 versus 4, but still, you know what? Doesn't matter. If it gets the job done, if it guarantees you the round, why the hell not? XPE really starting to fall out of this control now. Losing an offense, or losing a defense, I should say, does feel like a death knell more often than not, and well, it certainly does feel like right now. Unravel 16 kills, Malzin 14, S-Thug on 13, the War Machine over the top to pick up the round as well. This is about as bad as you could possibly get if you're XPE.
Oh, Malzin. It's raining hellfire with the War Machine. UG may well be the next on the chopping block in his. This kind of start that XP just did not need whatsoever, but Rehan can find a few. I think that's his third already. With the Annihilator, starting to get aggressive towards the B side, but just no backup. And now you can force them back. S-Thug with the call out. A little bit more difficult, as you mentioned, Brody, at the top of this, that to find that spawn trap. So Fabuloso and Co will have an opportunity to try and find themselves a way out, but when you got the War Machine out, you only find one. 25 to 17 in the lives for TLE. Merely minutes away from sending themselves to Poland.
Yeah, the lives just continue to fall in their favor, doesn't it? It does feel like this should be it. TLE look like they are going to be the first team from North America who booked their ticket to Katowice, and it feels like at this point it is all but a formality. 23 seconds left. XP bullied and broken out of this control. They're trying to keep their heads above the water, but TLE have them by the scruff of their neck, and they are being drowned.
I blinked, and all of a sudden it's a 19 versus 4. Not even the clutchest of players can turn this one around. I mean, a few kills have been made by XPE, but it is quite simply, as I said at the top of the show, inevitable that TLE make it. 3-0 in the control, 3-0 in the series. We will see you in Katowice. The first representative from North America is TLE in a dominating fashion. Fantastic work to get the job done, Brody. It's exactly what they came here to do. And now they'll go on and try and get a good share of that, circa $20,000 that's up on offer this weekend. But ultimately, the main prize was to make it to Katowice. And they managed to get their hands on it pretty early doors.
And I just don't know what to say. You know, we look over towards that game ton, and it really did feel like TLE in full control throughout the entirety of it. But I said, I mean, you know, you lose a defense in control, especially here in this World Championship map set where it's 1st to 5, and that is absolutely a dagger. You cannot afford to let that happen. It was that moment where it does feel like we knew, yeah, this is done. TLE are making it Katowice.
I mean, that is just an absolute dagger. You go back over to that map, too. I think you guys called it ever so wonderfully. You generally think that XPE probably should be thinking about what map number 4 is going to be looking like. Their opening breakoffs and stuff like that. We knew that the control was going to definitely be a watch. The Hardpoint Slums, we saw a little bit of a comeback, but I mean, Ton, walk me through some of your immediate thoughts, because this Unravel kid was just absolutely putting these guys in the dirt.
Oh, I mean, look, he was the big reason as to why TLE even had lead at the half in the Search and Destroy. The fact that he was just finding moments all on his own, finding 2 or 3, was the only thing that was really shutting them down. I think if you're XP, you do walk away with that one a little bit disappointed, especially with the Search and Destroy. There was opportunities in the control, but they never really looked likely. I think they have some potential, to say the least, but let's focus on the positive here. TLE looked really, really good, and we kind of expect them to. But for them, I suppose on the other side, S&D was maybe not as hot as they would have liked. When they did start to figure things out as the rounds started to go on, they started to figure out what they needed to do. But I think for me, look, we got what we've seen in the Hardpoint and kind of expected. Same with the control. S&D needs a bit of brushing up, but ultimately a 3-0, pretty comfortable win in the end. I think for TLE expected, for XP, there's still some potential.
Definitely expected from TLE's perspective. There was no doubt in our minds, especially on this desk, that TLE were going to walk away with the win. We just didn't know what facet it was going to be. But Brody, when you're looking at it from XPE's perspective, we continuously sing the praises of a lot of different members, Unravel specifically for the other side. But you brought up Rehan, and Rehan was a part of that mobility GG roster way back in the day that was finding impact in North America. But they come up short here. In the bracket will represent this. They'll face the loser of UnMythic Dream and Rejects for another chance of qualification, but their weekend becomes a little bit longer. When you're looking at it from their perspective, what are your biggest takeaways?
For XPE, I mean, here's the thing, right? I think you were so close in Search and Destroy. It's just you didn't really have a counter for what TLE were going to put down in that final round, right? So I think that's the key thing for me is kind of be ready for anything. But, you know, maybe take a look at the VOD and be like, all right, cool, this is where maybe we should have played it a little bit differently as soon as we realized that it was going to be an A hit. Let's maybe play the retake a little bit better. Small little differences like that can make a difference come your lower bracket round number 1 because you are going to be facing a very difficult team. Obviously, you just were against TLE, but I would argue that, you know, Rejects and UnMythic Dream, neither of these teams are going to be a cakewalk on the way to Katowice. It's going to be very difficult to take these guys down. And so I do think you need to kind of take a little bit of time to be like, all right, cool. Here's why we lost that hard point. Here's, you know, how we can improve our rotations and our operator and our team play on spawn manipulation and hardpoint. Here's how we can improve our team play in Search and Destroy. And I think crucially, our map control in that, well, round number 3, or game number 3 control, excuse me, could have been a lot better. And I think that's where XP need to focus in on here as you look forward in towards this next game. Of course, we won't see that until tomorrow, but still, you've got a day, you've got a little bit of time. Take that time to improve because it is going to matter. 3 teams make it to Katowice. You do not want to be the team on the outside looking in.
No, you certainly don't. But one of the many different players that will be from the inside looking outwards would end up being Unravel. Of course, that kid was dropping absolute numbers on the entirety of whatever map it was. But I guess, Ton, from when you're looking at it from the top of the top's perspective, from TLE, the Coastal Search and Destroy, a scary spot to be maybe. Do you think there's some like a Atlanta phase Cold War-esque to this? They're testing some map pool and they got kind of caught by surprise. I mean, there was a lot of those different rounds I felt like they were over egregiously throwing away.
To be honest, I kind of want to give credit to XPE more than anything. I kind of liked how they were playing the Search and Destroy. I suppose if you look at TLE's perspective, which foot do you want the shoe to be on? Do you want it to be, okay, Unravel had to play those rounds well, or, well, that's just what he can do and what we expect? There's 2 ways you can look at it. Did he have to clutch up, or was that just expected? I think XP showed some decent pedigree in the Search and Destroy. We've seen some actual, like, it felt like it wasn't just a hit B and see what happens. It was definitely thought out. And I think TLE had to deal with that, and they did deal with that in the end. Okay, it takes them to overtime to find the win, but they do find the win. I don't think XP looked like a bad Search and Destroy team whatsoever. So yeah, TLE just a well-fought Search and Destroy in the end.
Couldn't agree more. And I guess if you're taking that away from XPE, you're very hopeful that other teams will try to chow you on Coastal Search and Destroy, especially you're looking from the loser in the upcoming match. Very close to be getting this interview on board here. Will be Saucy joining us very soon here, fellas. But I guess to continue on with the conversation here, Brody, from TLE's perspective, you're the first representative for North America. You still have yet to drop a single map. Has this been enough for you to sway the decision that North America will be able to stamp their footprint when we do get to the snowy lands of Katowice?
I'm not putting my foot in it, mate. I'm not saying anything negative here, right? I listen. What I will say is, you know, and again, we kind of, I want to revisit this as we go through, you know, not just with that matchup for TLE, but also matches in the future as well. You know, if TLE played this kind of ball game against, you know, I don't even want to, you know, go big here. I don't want to say like against teams from China or Garena, right? I don't think we need to be saying that right now. But, you know, because again, really to make it to the playoffs, you just need to beat kind of some of the lower level teams from like India or LATAM or Africa, right? Those are the teams you really need to beat to make it to playoffs. And I think that needs to be kind of the hallmark of where TLE are at right now. I think if you play the Search and Destroy, right? Because I mentioned it, right? You talk about, you know, the, what was it, round number like 14, right? If they went 8-6, you know, that final round that got them the dub in overtime, it took them too long to get to that point, right? So that's the thing for me. You get there eventually, but you just got to do that more consistently. And I think that's going to be where we start to have the conversation about, all right, cool, maybe North American teams are going to be something we're going to be looking at positively here. Right now, I feel somewhat positive about it. I like what I saw there from TLE, especially in that hard point, but it's just about doing it more consistently. And that's what I'm looking for throughout the entirety today here. You need to be consistent if you want to beat the best of the best in the rest of the world.
All right, well, we'll have to see if they can continue to be the best of the best. Don't know really what happened, unfortunately, with the interview, but I'm sure we'll probably end up hearing from them sometime soon. Again, it's not the last time that we'll end up seeing TLE on the broadcast. We will end up getting that solidification of their seed if they could be number 1 or number 3, depending on how the next series ends for them. But on the other side of this break, you definitely do not want to miss it because we got UnMythic Dream going up against Rejects. We got some old head names in Call of Duty Mobile from North America on your screen. On the other side of this break, you don't want to miss it. It is the qualification matches sometime soon here for North America. Worlds is right around the corner.
Right now I need it. Yeah, it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Yeah. Whoa. Spent too much on the wrist on me. Man upstairs, never diss on me. Way too many bands, it's a lick on me. Yeah. Whoa. Take it easy, baby. If you need a baby, I be singing songs like I'ma need a baker. I'ma need a baker for what I'm cooking, baby. Cause it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, I'm ballin', finna go pro. Yeah, I'm kicking it in a dojo. Make a movie, get a GoPro. Yeah. Whoa. All my goals, I'ma hit them all. Mama told me go hard. Now I'm outside finna ball. Cause it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Cause it's game time. Cause it's game time. You can hang tight. Yeah. Cause it's game time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day one of the finals of Stage 4 here for North America Call of Duty Mobile. As always, my name is Proper. Joined with me are the Brits of Ton and Brody, and we just got done setting one of our teams here for North America to Katowice. Now it's time to pack a second set of bags to go over towards Poland. Brody, we're going to be talking about UnMythic Dream going up against Rejects.
Yeah, this is a really interesting matchup. I think just for a multitude of reasons. I think I should start the conversation really with UnMythic Dream. This is a team that basically came together from, as their name might suggest, UnDream from last season and UnMythic, of course, Season 6 champions. And I want to say they took the best from both rosters. We'll get to that in just a second when we actually talk about those rosters themselves. But yeah, I think it just does feel like they took some really good players from those teams. And, from what I've heard, this team has done very well in scrim. So I've really enjoyed seeing UnMythic Dream. I'm loving the fact that they kind of have caught this roster together, and it should be a problem, I think, for Rejects.
Strategic in approach and calm under fire. On the other side of the screen, though, for Rejects, Ton, underdogs with a certain set of flair. And I think that comes with a certain set of swagger. If you spell swagger by the name of Marshy, that is. Again, this is a team that is full of old heads. They've been around the block for quite some time. They got second in Group A. What can you tell us about these guys?
Oh, I mean, there's not really a whole lot to tell, in the sense that you should all know by now who these guys are. Look, the pedigree, the experience that they have, you would have said this team a year ago would walk through this kind of thing, maybe even 2 years ago to a certain degree. But at the same time, like, what's their practice schedule look like? How much have they practiced? Are they really leaning forward here? That's the question that's going to be asked. I mean, look, for a trip to Poland, absolutely, you would expect them to manage to make it, but it's just what you don't know what you're going to get from them. Are they going to turn up and just batter everybody around? I don't think that would surprise everybody entirely to a certain degree, just with the team that they have. Or are they going to just not show up whatsoever and lose this one convincingly and then go into the next game and have to struggle to even make it through? It's a really... there's always going to be a big question mark around Rejects in the whole landscape of how things look in North America now, but historically, this should be comfortable, but it's not going to be.
Yeah.
And that's how it is kind of working in North America right now.
Yeah,
I think they even practicing is the better question, right, Brody?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key thing for me. Is like, you know, we look at rejects from last season, you know, when they were NA fall-offs, and albeit the roster is ever so slightly different. Like, Marshy's off the bench. Let's go, boys. We've finally got Marshy back in competition. And you've also got Swish in there, who's got a new name, a newish name, of course. They play on ARP last season. But even still, I think the thing for me last season, we noticed it, I think it was back when they, like, reverse swept, I think it was, on Mythic in the upper bracket finals last season, was that when they want to turn up, when they want to show up to the series, they are exactly what they're going to do. And that's the key thing for me. It's just like, look, you're playing for a spot in Katowice. Like, you got to try. You got to be putting the scrims in. You got to put the work in. If they've been doing that, I have no doubt in my mind the Rejects going to make it.
Well, there's a handful of things that the Rejects are definitely familiar with, and that is a best-of-5 map set, reaching the entire distance for a map 5 versus Nexus. It's how they found themselves to be the second-place team from Group A. Here's the lay of the land, the tail of the tape, whatever other way you want to describe it, ton of where we're going to be headed. What jumps off the page to you, man?
It jumps off the page to me. This is a very Call of Duty Mobile standard map set to a certain degree. This is kind of what we're getting now. Raid controls in there. There's one tick. Firing a range, search and destroy. There's your second tick. And the third one, we all know it. Hacienda Hardpoint. Very much there. And then, okay, so a little fluttering of Slums and, of course, Coastal in there. I mean, it's pretty much standard, powerful course at this moment in time as far as it goes. Very standard across the board. Again, it's one of those map sets and one of those matches that you're heading into, not sure what to expect, but it's very standard across the board. I'm not too sure Brody's got anything else to add, but it's just one of them, isn't it? It's one of them typical Call of Duty mobile map sets.
Yeah, I would just like a curveball, man. Like, can we get a stand-up S&D? That's what I want. I would love to see a stand-up S&D. I know that they're not going to play crossfire control. I totally get that, but there's something different. Maybe Apocalypse Hardpoint, just something different here. Yeah, I mean, I will say for this, just generally speaking, not even necessarily speaking specifically about the maps, I think the hardpoint is going to be very important for these two teams. Obviously, there's only so much you can take away from last season's performances, given how different these rosters are. Obviously, you know, now this is a mishmash of UnMythic and UnDream, and this is a whole new Rejects roster. This isn't NA Fall-Offs, but a characteristic for both UnMythic and for NA Fall-Offs last season was that their hardpoint was, generally speaking, not the best. It wasn't the best mode for either team. It was very 50-50, so it does feel like that's going to be an integral start of the series for both rosters.
Number 1 team from Group B of UnMythic Dream going up against Rejects. Brody, quick hit. Who's taking it? What's the map score?
I got the Rejects, baby. I got faith in my boy Rabalo. We'll say 250-69. Go.
All right, man. We'll see you at the end of this best-of-5 series, ton. It is our turn. Let's go ahead and take it away, man.
This guy just predicted the scoreline of the hardpoint? I mean, who does he think he is?
Right down to the dot. 250-69 is crazy, man.
I kind of feel like that was a bit of satire from him, but irrelevant of that. Yeah, look, I think it's one of those that we come into here just curious, don't we, of what kind of rejects we're going to get. Because I think if you're UnMythic Dream, I mean, you're expecting to have a very tough game. Or do you come into this sort of saying, okay, well, these boys haven't been practicing, let's just make mincemeat of them? It's a hard one to call, but so far so good. As well, we've only seen 30 seconds of hardpoint, but it's not a bad start from the Rejects whatsoever. UnMythic will find a way back through, but that P2 rotation's coming up right now. It's UnMythic Dream in the right spot.
Yeah, UnMythic Dream, funnily enough, allowing this Hacienda Hardpoint to come through was the only map mode combination they lost through the previous set, and in this stage alone, it was 230 to 239 to 250 loss, excuse me, to what is now known as XPE. So, close as it may be, you can only imagine the Hacienda Hardpoint between top two teams might just go down to the absolute wire. Those spawns are under threat, and UnMythic Dream will end up acquiring them, though there is one player that kind of slipped the net, is Marshy. Buedes is watching that, is able to at least communicate to his team, so well spawn secured.
There you go. That's exactly what you want, and those kills to follow up as well. Nice Chori on top of this hold that, well, may well be transpiring now. UMD just finding the kills across the board here, yeah. Little 1-by-1 from Rejects. They're going to get a nice spawn over towards the car park. Not going to help them out. They'll get into that, which may well help them find a break, but this feels a little static from Rejects right now. UMD will take it all day long. They will have this under lock and key. 30 seconds to go. Doesn't look like a break is really formulating here from Rejects. I say that as they break.
I mean, the break comes through for 20 seconds, and you're going to be happy about that if you can win this next wave of gunfights. It doesn't really seem that Rejects are going to be able to. Envy's going to rip the Death Machine just to maybe try to lock it under key, but You got Pildor just ripping the War Machine up through the driveway just to cement the back 10 seconds. It's an operator for an operator, but that could be one thing that you want in your back pocket going in towards this rotation. But UMD, they got more than enough to throw everything plus the kitchen sink going into this rotation. Shisui is trying to clean up at old. Was able to find 2 on said rotation, but Rejects are postured inside the time. They got the operators to bolster it.
Yeah, the big investment over towards P3 starting to come through for both two teams. And this could be massively influential, though, because we can see Shane now. He's going to find a couple with the Tempest. Locking down over towards the well side, and now they've got a good idea where everybody else is spawning. It's going to be linear for UMD to try and find a way through, but Switch, Shane all combining well. Shane couldn't even see 2 of them, and he's sitting them down. Thank you very much. He'll find the pickup there. Nice hold from Rejects over towards the fences. Indra will find a way through into Tint and maybe just get a little bit of respite for UMD if they can find a way through, but right now it is proving quite difficult. Rejects doing a really good job with what they were offered over towards P3. The big investment comes in, and the profits are looking pretty green right now. As we come out of the back end of P3, really good job from Rejects. UMD will get through for a little bit of scrap time, but they may well give up the rotation alongside of it.
Pretty normal. I mean, I'm going to continue to put a pin in it. We'll put this in a conversation for later, but that War Machine back on P2 out of Pildor really came back to bite them in the rear. It was an operator they wish they had online, but the rotation over towards the Rock Hill is where things might get rectified. And the Predator missile trophy systems down. Puedes able to push up here with the claw, find 4 there on the spree. And then you can turn back around and watch everybody rip back up over towards the Lambo P2 area. But good rotation, good securing of the opening 20. And even more so, they're back to where they were for P2 RUMD, just reading where the spawns are located at. Shane's the last one lurking all the way through. Can't allow Rejects to pounce off of it.
Shane has done well to find something, though. He's found himself inside of the point, just uncontested. Looks like Indra might have just spun on him, to be honest with you, but Switch is going to be here to maybe pick up the pieces. Both these two teams trading big blows. Switch will find 3. The break will eventually come through, but it's not for a great deal. UMD do close that gap with a good hold over towards P4. The Rejects doing a really good job in this first set of hills. Are going to lose that over towards the back end, but will find themselves with about a 20-second lead hanging into that second rotation. And most of it's off P3, right? I mean, they do a really good job with the investment they bring in. They get the most amount of time we've really seen from either one of these two teams on any hill in particular. And that's something that's not necessarily the easiest thing to do over towards fences. But here we go. In over towards P1, trying to get themselves set up for P2. Big investment coming in already.
And the only reason why UMD have the score line that they do is because of P4, being able to get the early 20 and then the late investment, but they're also able to then get themselves off kilter in the timing for their operators. Envy up top for Rejects, being able to realize this and has the Death Machine just to lock down the upper hallways. It's ingenious, as teammates aren't really in a good enough position to try to get through the upper open hallway to try to get all the way back over towards the Rock P4 area. And that kind of allows UMD just to work their way further forward. They got a lot of good utility around the hardpoint just to keep things interesting, as they mostly just wanted the P2 spawns. But Rejects all off the back of that accrued, what, about 30 seconds off of P1? They're more than happy about it.
Rejects doing a really good job over towards P1. That's a solid amount of time. All right, they may well be spawning towards the bottom side of ramp. They've allowed UMD inside of the point. But when you take that much time over towards P1, are you making a run for your own back if you're UMD? But no, you're holding P2 so far. Investment is out. War Machine is ringing on through. Just keeping them at bay, if anything, if not finding a couple of kills. Rejects struggling to find a way through. Pildora will eventually find something with that War Machine, but here come Rabaldo and Co. What have they got to answer back to what has been a good hold so far for UMD? Over towards P2. 30 seconds gone. They've held every single second.
And you remember, it was the stellar P2 to P3 that allowed Rejects to be able to get the lead, the 20-point lead that they had. UMD already trying to rectify that. Indra on the back end, reading spawns here with the Death Machine, turns things back around to help out his teammates who are already keeping things under lock and key from the driveway. And now his Bold Hose just can do Lord's work. Shisui will take their own life, but it's just a trade in the kill feed. You're more than satisfied there at the end of the back 10 seconds to leave Indra to play at least for the latter half of the scrap time, but more numbers for UMD than you would like at the end of the scrap. So you leave one on the rotation. It's Dakota. He does well to win his 1v1. They'll be here for the initial time, will UMD. But Rejects, this is where they really sunk their teeth in towards that first set. It's all off the back end of the operators.
I mean, but how easy is that going to be able to be replicated? You did really well last time. Can you do it again? That would be something. You've given away a plethora of time over towards P2. And this time around, UMD have got their operators themselves. Puedes finds absolutely nothing. Marshy will shut him down with just a Sparrow to the face. Marshy all of a sudden is left momentarily on his own. Everybody else is being spawned out. Well is going to be the spawn for Rejects. They invest over towards P3 once again. This time the return's not looking great.
Got one player spawning all the way out. Marshy's going to have to try to make a play all the way through the upper area of the plateau. He gets red. He gets dealt with. Shisui's now got the equalizers, playing his life. Almost has the three-piece setup in arms, but Envy will be there for the trade. But a great turn of events from the front for UMD to be able to not only get the majority of time off of P3 Tom, but they flip the lead, and it's that margin. It's that 20-point lead. Now they can try to fight things and keep things scrappy over towards P4. They set themselves up early for the initial 20, back in towards the first set. They will not be able to do so. It's Rejects to rectify that from the first set. Can they hold? They got the operators to lock things down through the upper hallways. Envy ripped it at the beginning of this set. He's able to have the Death Machine back again just to try to keep UMD back.
I mean, this is going to give them a good amount of time, but everybody else loses the gunfights in and around the point. Envy puts you in a really nice spot with his control over towards Office. He's now on his way back over. The shot's not good enough. Rejects have shown glimpses, as we probably expected them to. But they're being outjuked, they're being outmaneuvered by UMD right now. Swish will find a couple on his own though, finds a third alongside. Envy can't find anything, and all of a sudden UMD just looking to pick points away. That P2 hold has really put UMD in a phenomenal position, and then they've just went 50-50 along the way, and it's working out for them. About 30 seconds lead. Hill's being traded across the board. Pildora will find a way through. Congestion and even Hill across both two teams works out for UMD as we head into another rotation, but they can't let Rejects get as much time as they did in P1. On the second rotation, Hills, they quite simply cannot let that happen this time.
Real late investment there for that War Machine on a UMD. We're going to have to see if that comes back to bite them in the rear end. Puedes is definitely feeling it here for P1, trying to keep things under his arm for the Tempest play. Has one shocked up top, able to find himself up on towards a 3 spree. That's instant control of the hallways, immediate control of P1. But where are Rejects coming from? It's almost like a whole rave around here with all the smoke grenades, but Rejects can only keep the time contested. Somebody's got to make a 5-head maneuver, and someone's got to be able to find a 2-piece, a 3-piece, but the numbers from UMD are locking down the time.
Getting some great time. 25 seconds remaining here over towards P1. Rejects just haven't quite been at the races this second rotation. What did they have, like, what, 140 after the first hill of that second rotation? Ellie got a sniff after that. UMD have been doing a great job. P2 has really been their home where they have thrived exponentially. And Shisu is trying to put himself in a position. His equalizers will be ringing very, very shortly. There they are. Marshy gets the bad timing. Everybody else, welcome to the blender. Shisu finds not a great deal. Swish is going to manage to find 2 though with his own equalizers, trying to find a way through. There's the third, and that might well be the break that Rejects needed.
They nearly hit on the spawns. Swish just has to stay alive. 58 bullets left inside the equalizer. Should be a guaranteed 2-piece. You got one player, the head glitch on the backside of the driveway, trying to play their life with a Tempest. It's a clean kill feed. Unanswered. Finally, Shisui takes down Envy, but you still got well spawns. This is a phenomenal setup if you're looking from Rejects' perspective, and they're aware of it. The operators are being ripped. Rabalo's got the War Machine next.
Swish trying to hold everything down that he can. Marshy, Shane, and Envy working well.
Oh my.
Oh, you're just throwing lives to the wind here. If anything, if you UMD, you need to find a different look. You need to find a different way in. They're going to have another stab at this one, and they are all just falling. Rejects have offered absolutely nothing over the last, what, 4 or 5 hills, and then bang, there's a full 60 on your forehead. They're going to be heading over towards fences with a very, very slender lead, but Envy now with the Death Machine, just trying to find what he can, just sprays them down. There's 2 kills, 3, 4, falling Rejects' way. They've got so much in the back pocket, so much in the arsenal to try and find a breakover towards P3. They may well take it here.
Envy's still alive. Kill number 46. So many Predator missiles. Not enough trophy systems to deal with them on the rotation. Spontan towards the back for UMD. They got operators. They got to start ripping them. Pildor needs to have the War Machine of their life. They haven't been able to find good timing with it all map long. And there's another one just ripped by the nade. 2 for 3 now in the feed for UMD. They can posture. They just need 20.
They've done a good job. Rejects put themselves in a position to win this game, but they've invested absolutely everything. UMD are keeping them at bay. Gunny up. What can you find? Marshy. Only the one. UMD can still win it here as well. Rejects will have to find a way through, and it feels like they're scrambling just a little bit. Keep an eye on any operators that may potentially well come through here. 10 seconds to go. UMD can still win it. They're finding the kills. I don't think they can now. The contest will come through. It'll be a foot race over towards P4. But the end of this hill is important. Operator's going to be coming through as we head over towards the rock hill. UMD will be the first ones there. Rejects, you don't have much, but you need to find a break.
They're so late and they're all stacked. There's so many trophy systems. Someone's got to make a play. The death machine gets ripped by Indra.
Starting to ring it on through. Can you find a way in? If you reject, UMD offered them a way back in and then slammed the door in their faces. They'll take a 14-point game in map number 1.
236 is all they were able to muster in the loss, or 239, excuse me, back in the previous stage, but they just completely and utterly shut it down. 131 to 83 was the scoreline. I went back in the feed there, Chris, just to be able to double check at the end of P1 of the second set. That was the scoreline. That was the lead that Rejects held over UMD's forehead, and they were getting outslain maybe by about like 10 kills. I might be stretching it, but I didn't do that math. But the way that UMD just continuously stuck by their guns instead of just realizing, okay, we can't just find all these few pieces. Then they started body stacking and really just enacting their numbers across the entirety of the map. Although the better operator usage was exemplified by Rejects, UMD's sheer ferocity was just way too much for Rejects to handle, especially at the end.
Yeah, I just think it... And sometimes, you know, we talk about the great teams and how good they are with their investment of their operator time and time again. Rejects was feast or famine. When they went over towards P3, they did they did a sensational job, actually, the first time out of finding some good time. And I thought, okay, well, this is kind of what we're expecting to a certain degree. Rejects can do this. They can bring this to the table. But when they weren't able to do that, they had nothing. That was the problem, right? I mean, we've seen a couple of really good moments. We've seen a great holdover towards P2 at the latter stages, which made it really interesting. We've seen a sensational hold of that P3, that aforementioned one. But other than that, I just felt like they were chipping away here and there. UnMythic Dream found great success in some holds that looked great, of course, with their operators. They found some great holds without them. They did what they needed to do on a couple of different facets, where it felt as if Rejects only really had good operator usage, and when it wasn't good, they didn't really have a great deal else.
It is right there, G-Sweet. 56 kills, 27 deaths. I mean, where Envy was trying their absolute hard, he was like averaging like a death machine in 3/4 of a death machine every single set of hard points. G-Sweet, yeah, it definitely does not hurt. I've seen worse. I've definitely seen better. But as far as impact is concerned, that's exactly what you're looking for when it comes down to G-Sweet. He's one of those players that we've seen around the block. He's like, what was he back on that, like that, is it the status quo team? They turned into like the Supreme team. He didn't make it out of groups back in Atlanta last year, but they still made it. He's definitely been towards the upper echelon. Will that be a continuation in towards the Coastal Search? We'll have to be able to see, because on the other side for Rejects, man, I'm so excited for one player. It's number 5 on the far right side of your screen, Marshy with the boomstick. Never mind. He's super late, really late on that trigger finger.
Envy. Not finding anything quite there. Shots coming through from Dakota, though. Gets aggressive, and we'll dip out as well. No problem. Thank you very much. And this is the one that I'm curious on, because for Rejects, you can go to a hardpoint. As we kind of mentioned, those operators can come through. You find a great deal of value with it. You can lock down a hill. All of a sudden, we've either won the game or it's a close game, whatever. Search and Destroy is maybe a different prospect. Do you have someone who can just light it up here and find you a break over towards B? On Coastal, it's not the easiest thing to do, just play shotgun. Oh, it's somewhat methodical and comes down to practice. And that's a freebie. Oh, no, it isn't. Envy. Didn't even land the bullet by the looks of things.
I think he hit markered him through the railing. But the nade was set up from Marshy to orchestrate that kill through mid. And now, yeah, the late's just going to be set up for Pildora. Just to watch this cross. They still find an avenue through the staircase to get over towards A, but unbeknownst to the last 2 players alive, Rejects, they're pinched.
Tough spot. But the bomb is going to go down and give them an opportunity. If you're Dakota, you don't rush this, and well, you're not going to be given the opportunity. Oh, Pildora from the other end. It looked ridiculous. Marshy gets his head picked off. And Swish now left in a 1 versus 3. After what felt like heroics from Pildora, the shots will come through from Swish, but he'll do well here. Indra will find the kill. The diffuser will come through. UMD will find it. I'd love to see that kill cam from Pildora's POV. That looked crazy from the other end.
Yeah, it was. It was the closest to Omni movement we're ever going to be able to see in COD Mobile right there. And the slide jump chow.
Defend the
He
objective.
just chest shot with the LW3 Tundra. That definitely hurts. Not that I've ever felt it, but can't say it looks comfortable. So UMD going to be able to find that opening blood. And you're right here when it comes to Coastal Ton. It all comes down to this opening first blood. No. Quedes can't find first blood through mid. He does get good info through the middle of the map, though. First blood still goes the way of UMD. Immediately traded 4v4.
And that's a little bit more map control now for Rejects through the middle of the map. Just that positioning from Envy will strike fear into the hearts of UMD, to be honest with you. I mean, okay, you've got one player watching over. That's going to be Quedes, and with some of the shots that he was hitting, okay, can he rebuff them? Envy, danger, you just can't slow peek that at all. Quedes is there. Picks up the pieces, but he was holding down the middle of the map, was maybe giving them a little bit of an inroad over towards B for the Reject, but not going to happen now. They're going to, oh, kind of walk away with their tail between their legs here. It seemed like the position was there. Did not happen.
I don't think Quedes saw Shane. He was still laying prone back behind the fountain. He's going to go join his teammates here over by A. Got 2 players stacked on either of the 2 sites. Here with numbers over towards the site, but not with the knowledge. Quedes repositioned into the bottom side of the stairs, just playing the head glitch to an absolute T. Now just at 35 seconds, yeah, Rejects. And the only role play is trying to plant the bomb. Do you exit freely? He liked him. Oh my god.
He's found it. Pildora will get taken down, but Shane will find another one back. Ah, the trades are there. Indra picks up the pieces. UMD will find another one. I think for me, that just falls back to that moment in the middle of the map. I know Envy's kind of in a good position, but also caught in a bad one in a certain way. But just those moments where you can't offer up a slow peek around that corner. B was potentially on the cards there. If Envy could have got across, then maybe there's something to work on. But easier said than done, right? UMD 2 to the good now. Defensive round's looking good. Rejects maybe throwing something entirely different here. It's a big A push coming through Pildora. If he can find anything here, has done extremely well. Will get taken down, but the jig is up. UMD are here in numbers now, but are they here quick enough? Shisu, he can find one. Swish doesn't land the bullet. Rabalo will be able to find something. 3v3.
Every single throwable this side of the Mississippi just to get Pildora out of that position. Shisui, Indra, last 2 alive here. 2v3 for the retake, and Rejects just take full aggression on the coast side. Just go completely by the rail guards, but no trophies on the site. Indra finds the entry, 2v2.
$25 seconds. Oh, that nade is so well placed as well. Indra in a lot of trouble now, and Shisu in a position to help, but with 15 seconds to go, have they left it too late? Marshy, he's going to be the first line of defense. You need to find a way through. Indra will drop. Marshy will find 2, and that's where the talent really shines through. Rejects get one back.
So we've gotten a couple different setups through the middle of the map. This time, Rejects, they go back towards their round 1 double sniper. The aggression is all through the outside of the map. They have never won the middle of the map. Just Marshy hasn't been able to find that opening pick. That causes so much distress for the defensive team. They should be more than aware that Quedes is still going to be watching this long cross. They smoke it, and Rejects are going to go back towards his execute over towards A. It is so naive to think that UMD weren't going to make adjustments from the round previous.
Yeah. You can't throw punches like that 2 rounds in a row.
So obvious, right?
But look at this positioning now coming from UMD. I mean, they're just aggressive over towards the A side. Middle of the map. Under lock and key. Pildora in that spot is going to leave it. Back on up. No need to put yourself in an awkward position. You're currently in a 4 versus 3. And in a relatively decent spot. Kind of being pulled around now, though. Rejects will make their way over towards B. UMD seem to have a read on it.
Stun's going to confirm that nobody's on the outside of Fountain. was thrown by Shisui. That was mutual information. I'm sure that Marshy probably heard it. He thinks that there's somebody's going to be clearing it, so he's forced to watch this long exit and entrance over towards the B side. That trophy system got yeeted over towards the B side. That alarm bells Shisui to help his comrade here of Puedes, who's watching the cross for the execute.
Shisui finds a way through, but Puedes lining them up. He finds two, Shisui finds the other. And just like that, easy job. 3-1 good now for UMD. They are cruising here, to be honest, proper. I mean, them finding that win in map number 1 felt important. It felt extremely important because now they are cruising and it doesn't feel like Rejects have got too much of an answer.
Smoke is used for UMD to get crossed over towards B for free. They're back over towards the offense. Aggression over towards the rail side for Rejects. They got past the shops, up through stairs. They found first blood. Not an HSO in their face this time, done.
It's not looking likely for them, is it? Rejects have found a way through. Puedes will find one back. Oh, don't give them the opportunity. Don't give them it. Oh, Marshy. His head's being picked off by Dakota, and now 3 versus 3. This would be a 5v3 retake if they can manage it, but still difficult. Envy's tagged up. They need to try and find the picks from the outside. I don't love Envy's positioning, but it's a hard one if he doesn't offer anything up. But knowing Envy and the way he plays, he'll fancy a gunfight. 21 seconds. Indrenko just looking for a route in. The nade will slow them down. The nade lands on 2 of them. Puedes now very, very weak. Envy will child for that gunfight right now. And have you ever seen a couple of boxes hold so well? Swish locks it down and will pick up the pieces. 3-2. Rejects find one back.
And we just had to continuously bob and weave. Like whack-a-mole over there, but it Rejects fool me once, fool me twice, and something of the phrase, but they go back to the definition of insanity just to execute back over towards A. Nobody inside the bottom side of the shop. UMD don't even make that adjustment this time around, but Rejects, they're going to go ahead for the hard read, and this time it works out. They don't fully clear the site. There's still one on the backside of the line, and he gets absolutely slammed. Rejects, wow, aggression looks good on you.
Oh, okay, so this is the tactic. 5 men down mid.
Just run them over.
Just run them over. Quite simple. Rejects find 2 rounds out of nothing. It felt like UMD were running away with that one, but that is now Rejects over towards the defensive side. And UnMythic Dream just kind of think to themselves, right, okay, well, we were 3-1 up and cruising, and Rejects have shown what they're made of. I was questioning whether or not it was going to be easy for them to just bring talent to the forefront here in the Search and Destroy. It worked out in those last 2 rounds. 4v4 now as A is looking the likely destination here for UMD.
Okay, you were aggressive to start. How's your retake for Rejects? Because they've given up a lot of the site, and they're trying to set up this bottom staircase pinch. It's what spelled disaster for them previously. They left B completely vacant, so there's a long con play out of Shisui. I was gonna get weird if Swish doesn't find anything with HSO. He gives away a free kill.
Oh, that was a moment where you could have found something. UMD will find it almost immediately. Just far too easy. The sensational work there. I think everybody just combining well. And that's kind of the start you want, right? You find that one through the middle of the map, you just walk onto A, it's far too easy. Is it going to be a similar look? Is it going to be similar aggression? Looking that way. Middle of the map, very, very important to both these two teams, and 3 members of UMD have made their way through it. Indra now in a really, really interesting position, expecting the refight to come back through. The rest of his team need to do their job, though, finding the push through B, because this is a great spot for Indra.
Trophy system gets cleared a little bit too close to the door. That is so much threat for Rejects. It pulls back Roballo, and they try to retake over inside the tunnel side. Here comes the execute. Swish gets his, but Shisui has been an X factor this entire S&D.
Wow.
Finds 2. Pildora with the machine pistol cleans up the back 2. And if it's not the boomstick on defense through mid, this guy can get aggressive and just plays a corner like it's a shotgun with the LW3 Tundra. Might as well. It hits like a freight train. Now just 2 rounds to the good. Our UnMythic Dream to take a 2-0 lead over the Rejects, who have yet to find an answer on defense.
Oh, Mashi finding the angle, but so does Dakota and Indra. They are just having their way with them right now. It's far too easy. They are just pushing through. It's like a knife through butter every single time. And Rejects are struggling to hold anything right now. Switch will find a grenade. Kill on to Indra is there, but she finds another 3 versus 2 in UMD's favor. This is to go 6-3 up.
There's locked down here in the bottom side of the staircase. Yeah, Pildora is just going to be able to see the cross. He actually got a collat. And Swish just like, nah, this dude's cracked. I might as well try my best. Finds the opener, but Dakota's there on the back end with his own HSO for the cleanup. And it's just aggression after aggression after aggression. And you feel like that Marshy, he found that first blood, but by then he already saw 4 on the slide. And if there's no nades to deny that or stuns to keep them at bay, UMD are just going to continue to try that. Pildora's getting over towards his mid fountain for free. Nobody's watching it, but the aggression doesn't stop. We're over towards wine.
Shay will find the opener. Oh, it's a bit of a messy gunfight, but Swish will eventually come out on top. Pildora had found a couple through the middle of the map, though. Now Envy in a lot of trouble, and he's asking why am I being shot in the back. Well, it's because they've completely taken over it. This feels disjointed from Rejects, and when they can't dictate where they want to go on the map, things look a little messy, but it is a 3 versus 2 and still achievable. Marshy, good shot. Might as well get taken down. And all of a sudden, EMD could do with the bomb that is being left over towards B.
Sun confirms Marshy is towards the defender's spawn. Got 60 seconds for this play. UMD are going to try to flip the entire map. O's might be red. Marshy needs to be prepared for this. They still think it might be coming from the front. All these boys' heads gotta be on a swivel. This is so nerdy. Pildora's up to 10 kills. And this is for the game. Oh no.
Pildora finds it. Finds the opening pick on the Swish. His head's being taken off through the wall. Marshy. Is anyone who can line it up? It may well be him. Shisu will fall.
Oh.
Marshy will back on down. But ultimately, Rejects have lost the sight. And this bomb could go down. Marshy's taking up a position in the middle of the map, and the bomb will go down. He starts to make his move.
He's inside of line. What corner is he gonna play? It's Pildora. He's looking for kill number 12 in the clutch to close out the map and to take it to a lead in the series.
Oh, Marshy. Is he going to expect him behind the barrel, or is he expecting him in the back corner? But has he heard him?
Oh, the slide.
Pildora's heard him now. Marshy will go for the challenge with the sniper out. You're not winning that one. Marshy with the 1 versus 2. And what is very much needed. He comes up clutch, 6-4.
Woo! Luckily enough, found that VMP on the floor. Otherwise, things would have got a little bit awkward. Quick scope might come through for Pildora. Already been taking note of how many times this guy's playing in shotgun-esque positions and is still landing the shots. Jump shot almost came through from Marshy. That was nightmare fuel. Pildora over towards top fountain again, unscathed. Sniper shot comes through from Envy. This double sniper set up for Rejects. Really struggling to find these first bloods so far, Ton, but they've forced UMD to be a little bit more honest. They got map control, but they're not immediately on a site.
Slow round is typically benefit the team who are well in the lead and 1 round away from going 2-0 up. That's UMD, and that's a nice pick. Marshy has been the catalyst. He is really been that X factor in a couple of rounds for Rejects that they've stolen away. He's dead to rights in a 5v4 now for UMD. Good shots, Pildora.
Number
12 kills. Dude, he's frying. 5v3.
Got 1 player isolated on the A-bomb side. Any late util still gets snuffed out by the trophy system. And we're just pushing for information because why? Immediate A-bomb side open. Rejects are more than comfortable going down 0-2. This is what this is telling me, Ton. More than comfortable. Oh, gosh. It is gross. Pildora drops 13 on their schnoz. And UnMythic Dream take a 2-0 lead in the series.
Right on their forehead, pal. Incredible work. UMD cruising in this series. We weren't sure what we were going to get, but in the end, 2 relatively close maps, but that one a little easier. And to be honest with you, it just felt like, even in that first half, when we seen it was 3-3 at the end, but it just felt like Rejects forced the issue. They were the ones trying to get something going. And the only way they could maybe do something was when they were brute forcing their way through. But when it came down to the methodical, strict S&D plays that needed to be made to win the series, or win the map, I should say, UMD were able to find them just a little bit easier. Actually, I don't even say a little bit easier, significantly easier. I mean, it helps when Pildora pulling 13 out. Some incredible shots, absolutely. But that one from around round 3 or 4 felt like there was going to be one winner, and that one winner was UnMythic Dream.
13-6, Puedas 8-7, Dakota 9-7. These are your sniper players for UnMythic Dream, and you just felt like that Rejects should have had something a lot more respectable than their 3-3 half. Like those first few rounds, like you go back and you truly dissect that, like you felt like it was just like an ego shot. I was like, don't worry, bro, I got him this round. And the amount of first bloods they were just feeding away and just forcing their aggression hand right into these Shisui clutches and extra crosses being held by UnMythic Dream. It just felt like it was too easy for them to quickly realize. I mean, like 2-10 for Envy, as tailored as a sniper rifle as he is. You go to that XM4 play and you just could clearly tell, like, he wished he had a sniper in that position. If he was able to get that close box past Fountain, he was able to slow peek that. He knew the exact corner to watch, and the bullet was just a little bit too far away for the XM4. And of course, it's just a game of ifs at this point, but it just felt like, dare I say, for the team and the representatives for Rejects, kind of inexperienced when it comes down to Coastal Search and Destroy. But UnMythic Dream, more than well tailored to be able to play that map mode combination, more than poised to be able to take this series as comfortable as it currently suggests on, as they're a 2-0 lead up and it's setting up for a raid control conclusion, maybe.
I mean, it kind of feels that way now, doesn't it? I think had Rejects come in, yeah, I mean, map number 1 was relatively close, but it felt... It's felt like all the way through the series, it's Hail Marys from Rejects to try and find something. Nearly worked on the hard point. Worked for a couple of rounds in the search. And I suppose if a game mode that is really living or dying around specific moments, it can be Control. Can Rejects maybe find something? Yeah, they need to. Right now, they're about to go down into the losers bracket at the first time of asking to UMD in convincing fashion, unless they can turn it around here on red.
So there's anything for these tailored players that we continuously talk about here in North America should be more than aware of. Of course, it comes down to raid in any of its game modes, but especially here on Control. Rejects are able to win the opening salvo, if you will, but UMD, we're still hanging around inside Laundry. They find players lurking. Great usage of the smoke, gets immediate ring control. And Bedora, he's still got the sniper rifle. And although you thought that might be a blessing off the map number 2, it could have been for Control, but so far it's just simply not. A lot of dust yet to be settled, but UMD still got a life lead.
That's an important one as well. A little bit of progress still being made over towards this B side. Great utility coming through. Nothing you could really do there if you're Indres. Marshy will find something, but eventually gets shut down, I should say. Shisu just lingering around, and Rejects struggling to get away through just yet. Shots coming through from Dakota, not quite good enough though. Shane is there to answer the question. And now something formulating over towards the safe side. Rejects here in numbers. UMD will have to go for the retake.
Ooh, early shots out of Dakota. Still catches Envy, not prepared for the second. Good trades coming through on the machine pistol for Pildora. Second segment already locked. Third well and truly up on its way. No, the second doesn't get locked. Excuse me. Gunfight comes through almost instantaneously, and the last player keeping it contested. And now things get a little bit scary for Rejects. You got players all around the spawn, all around the bend of driveway, dealt with one out of Gymnasium, but that could have been a nasty spawn trap, but the effect was surely felt. You're down to the last 4 if you are Rejects. You only got 2 seconds for your worth.
Yeah, that was one of those moments where, well, okay, Pete doesn't work, let's give it a go.
No.
You had Control, you lost that as well. 15 versus 3, this one is a formality at this stage. Ribaldo, Marshy dead. And Shane, oh, okay, he's trying to get something going. Yeah, all the best, mate. Finds one, not gonna happen. Good shots coming through, but ultimately, something that's felt, well, very apparent for a while. UMD are gonna find the first round.
Imagine, like, he gets that 4th segment in total as a conversation for a round 5 defense scores. Not really sure. Envy, I feel so uncharacteristic of him, man. Like, it's just really tough to gauge, like, what's going wrong. The Envy that we used to know, but UMD, as quick as they were able to win that previous round, get themselves a life advantage, they will rip inside of the operator tool belt first. And it's Pildora. He had a great map 2, had questionable map number 1 war machines, but finds the opener here. It's only good enough for the first segment of B. You think you get a little bit more off of that.
You would have thought so. Rejects getting farmed in the initial, but do well to find a bounce back. UMD still with plenty of operators available here, but they don't want to over-invest at this stage. Shisu left on his own momentarily, but everybody else combining well across the map. Bit of an opening over towards A, actually, as B is going to be locked in. It's a nice start from UND. They smell blood in the water, and they very much take that opportunity with both hands. And now push over towards A, a little bit of mid-map control, and that will make it easier.
Yeah, I'd say so. 2 minutes on the board. Get a player over there and just try to stack it a little bit further. Equalizer in the hands of Switch just to try to nullify any kitchen control. And because it's popped, and because of the time on the board, UMD are just like, yeah, cool, man. A little bit of mistime, a little misfire, just try to execute a little bit of an A offensive, but play right in the hands. They all die. And now the lives are just about even, so Rejects just trying to draw a line in the sand, is just trying to keep things in a tradable fashion where they can try to see another round and especially keep things tied up as far as the round count is concerned.
UMD are waiting for an opportunity here, and they're going to start calling operators in, I would think. Oh, they may well not need to. 3-4 kills go their way. Marshy can find something from the flank, finds a second as well, and we talk about that bedroom position being so important. He's eventually being dealt with, but as he slowed it down, well, he's nullified it. 10 versus 6, UMD still in a good position. Pildora offered up too many opportunities there, and well, is going to be given one by Shane. Great shot. 10 versus 5. Rejects got no lives remaining. NB had to find that gunfight and did, and they found every gunfight when they've needed to. It was a 10 versus 5, and it's a 5v5. 5 gunfights all go the way of Rejects. NB still with the Annihilator out and 6 bullets to his name. This becomes difficult now. UMD did invest something, and may well have to invest a little bit more if they want to find this round. All of a sudden, it's a 5v4.
Still feels desperate, though. Rejects trying to exhaust the clock with their operators. Envy's Annihilator is going to have to get put away. It gets exhausted. Nade being cooked now. Just trying to see if anybody's lurking inside of P5, but it comes up short before getting inside the rocks. UMD are trying to set up a 3-player execute in the backside of Laundry, and Marshy's watching it. Never mind. They think otherwise. They're going to go through pillars. The claw's going to get rid for Dakota, but nobody's inside a kitchen. Oh, my.
Rabalo's in the save. Oh, my goodness. The War Machine is out, and he'll find plenty. 4 versus 2. Still doable for UMD, but it's going to be difficult. But Pedora can find Swish. Rabalo spins. Shizu left in a 1 versus 3. Oh, they were maybe up on Alpha there, but Rabalo with some great shots. He's the one that seals it. 1 apiece. Rejects kind of pulled that one from the fire. That was a 10 versus 5 in favor of UMD. And Rejects pull off the 5 versus 10. That's a big one for them to find. Does it give them some confidence? Does it give them that onus to try and find something back in this one? UMD will feel stung by that. And if they go on to lose this defense, may well be feeling a certain kind of way about this control, because right now, the start of this round has not went well. Shane and Co. doing really well over towards this B side, and everything is going Rejects' way.
Even 2 minutes on the board isn't enough for them to get past the 3 total segments that were captured for Rejects of their previous offense. And that B push is really coming through. I was worried by the late operator pull, just a response there, but anything for the round win and anything for momentum's sake. Zig is still open. Flank is being executed on. Information will be there. Not for Swish dying, but that's before the B zone was even going to be captured. So yeah, 60 seconds out on towards the board. And they got space over by the wheelbarrow and over by Money. Envy lurking down over by A. He's the only player on the capture. He's dead, but he already locked the first segment.
Making their way over now. Cortez. Long flank coming in. May well be able to turn this into a bit of a spawn trap, but they're hunting him down. Eventually gets shut down by Envy. Now everybody else from Rejects will start to filter through the bedroom side. As mentioned, somebody to keep an eye on is Marshy. Not necessarily having the best of maps at this moment in time, but he's in a good position to cause some problems. Hunter Killer Drone was after him, does not find him. Now, all of a sudden, Rejects have, well, time and positioning over towards A. Starting to make their way through kitchen. Oh, equalizes out. This is dangerous. Shisu, though, that's big. Finds one, but everybody else from the side of Rejects starting to find plenty more. Rabalo already with the War Machine up and running again. These operators have been useful for Rejects and continue to be so. This could be an attacking round underneath their belts.
And Marshy's still lurking inside of money. He's waiting for anybody to try to push all the way. The paper plane already cleared him towards the back. Nobody's watching the open stairs. Shane picks it up. The late operator pull solidifies the second segment. 13v7 in UMD. They got to somehow find their way in towards the body stack the hard way, and they are somehow able to do it. Envy's the last alive. Now just down to Rabalo. He's got to wait 6v9, and there's a minute and 20 left on the board. Doable if you ask me for Rejects.
Indra, you've offered up a pretty much a freebie to Rabalo there. Great shots coming through. But Rejects now left in the 9 versus 5. Will know themselves not to count the win before it's done. That previous round they pulled it from the fire. Can UMD do the same? Rabalo just in an awkward spot. Even Pildora, with how accurate he's been, struggling to pull this shot off, and will be punished for it. Rabalo gets the better of him. 2 versus 7. This is going to be Rejects going up in the control, and up for what feels like one of the first times in this series. Rabalo seals it. Rejects have the win beneath their sails.
5 segments in total. Round win on the board. Massive macro play off of the amazing opening break off there for Rejects. They got immediate kitchen control off of the secondary push through rocks, and they never looked back, did Marshy. He's only got 11 kills, but his presence is certainly going to be felt. They're playing that one corner like he did. You got operators here coming in early. Rejects, though, not going to rip into them, mostly because UMD didn't for theirs. It's an old-fashioned draw-off through the middle of the map, of which UMD did win. They're about to lock in the second segment, and Rejects going to have to give it.
With a couple of kills over towards the middle of the map, though, it's at least a bit of control. Yeah, you're right. They are going to have to give beat. Good stack comes through from the side of UMD. One opportunity was all they needed, and they took it. Shane trying to lock down the middle of the map, but a terrible timing, though. Dakota now can start stretch his legs here. Rejects a little bit passive through the middle of the map, but that one player who has been able to push up is going to be Envy. Hasn't necessarily had the best of series. He had a decent map number 1, but since then has been quiet. In that position over towards bedroom, that will be influential.
Claw now. Ready for Dakota. Trying to clear corners inside a kitchen. And he's getting tags. He doesn't know which corner they're located in. He saw nameplate cross over towards the corner. Swish, though. He was playing over by the sink. He's able to lock away the kill. That's an operator just completely ripped. Played has the Tempest. He's in the backside of jungle. He finds nothing. Indra picks things up with the death machine. Nothing. 3 operators in tow. Find absolutely nothing. They find the B zone through the opening breakoff. But then the spawn trap comes through. Shisu has to rip into the equalizers just to try to mitigate the life disadvantage. And luckily enough, he's able to walk away with abundance of kills.
I mean, he's been the tip of the spear here, hasn't he?
For real.
Can now push forward. Needs to find a little bit more. Rabalo, is he going to survive? He is. The teamwork is there, and Shisu just chases the kill. Could have just spawned and put some more pressure in over towards the basketball court, and that's ultimately where Rejects is spawned. And Rejects is spawned with plenty of their own operators, and that is one thing they've been effective with time and time again. It's a 16v10. UMD just starting to fall to the wayside. Did they relax, I wonder, proper? They were on to 0, pretty much cruising. Since then, Rejects has pretty much pulled it out the fire a couple of rounds here.
Enemy down.
It's putting UMD in an awkward position where they're going to lose the map.
Still scammable. Not so much anymore. Needed at least a handful of kills to come through inside a kitchen, and maybe we could be talking about a little bit of something. But it simply ain't going to be that. Late operator usage here for Rabalo is just going to completely seal the deal. UMD, nowhere to be found off the previous 2 rounds. They lose the defense quite convincingly towards the end off of a clutch handful of moments, but much like the map number 1 and the lead that was held then, it's the same conversation we're going to talk about now, but it's a map win this time for Rejects. Off of their macro play, they know exactly where to be at the right moments of time, and they may not have had all the flashy kills in the world, Tom, but they know what it takes to get the job done.
I think if you're UMD, you look back at that round of that 10v5. That's going to be, I wouldn't say it's an entire scam, but when you go 5 clean dead that quickly, puts you in a really awkward position to try and bring this one back. You know, like if you if you're 15 versus 5 and you lose that, you've got time, you have numbers to maybe throw a couple of Hail Marys and find your way through if you're UMD, but Rejects pulled that one truly out of the fire. And when they can find that round, it puts them in a position of confidence. And they run with it, and that's something that if you're UnMythic Dream, you do not want to give to Rejects confidence. Because now we're going to be heading into a map number 4, and Rejects are curious at how they pulled that one back. UnMythic Dream have got to be careful here. They've been the better team through the first 2 maps, but they were the better team through arguably the first 2 rounds there. Couldn't seal it, and Rejects have a lifeline.
How long is that fuse, though, for what almost feels like a ticking time bomb for Rejects in this series off of the lifelessness that we got from that coastal search and destroy? The control was definitely felt. Rabalo stepped up in a massive way. When you're thinking about real tailored names when it comes down to Call of Duty Mobile from the North America region, Rabalo definitely jumps off the page, able to pick up the absolute slack that was it. We continuously watched Envy through the map number 2 and map number 3 kind of dissolve his way from what was a 48 and 37 stat line in the map number 1 ton. But Rabalo, he's going to have to try to continue on for that one, because map number 4, it's a Slums Hardpoint. And if there's one thing you definitely need when it comes down to a Slums Hardpoint, you need not only slays, you need a high abundance of them, and consistently at that. That has yet to have been showcased throughout all of these 3 maps worth of being played for Rejects so far. But I would love to be shown something different. If Envy can get online with what we just saw from Rabalo in the methodical and very well-planned setups for Rejects, UMD might be in trouble at that map number 5.
I mean, how often have we seen this map come down to big P3s and big P2s and influence from operators? Those Hail Marys that have worked for Rejects, it's not necessarily a tailored map for that, but it's one that they can thrive in if they can find their moments. Moments was all they really did need in the control. We said it beforehand, those moments, yeah, okay, they can turn games pretty much on a sixpence, but it's going to be difficult. UMD showing that. 24 points and rising over towards P1. P2 spawns blunt, and then Puedes just lighting everybody up. Already that's 6 kills to his name. It's a brilliant start for UMD.
Yeah, Puedes, Pildora, usual suspects, and now we get in towards Slums and go back towards that map number 1. Shisu, 56 and 27 on the Hacienda map win, where UMD won 250 to 236. Rejects held the majority of the lead here. And like Tun was talking about, this is going to be your first of what potentially could be a majority of Money Hills. Look at all the kills coming through the kill feed out of UMD, ringing up in blue. But Rejects trying to hold this from the front. They're not watching every avenue. Shisu's getting activated.
Oh, it's so easy for Shisu. Everybody else picking up the pieces. And now the push will start to come through the middle of the map. Puedes slowing them down, setting them alight. And now the operators are going to come in from UMD first and foremost, and that's going to be really difficult for Rejects to find a way through now. Getting aggressive with the close. Dakota can find 1 second. Yeah, going to fall by a stray bullet, if anything. Really good hold here from UMD. 25 seconds remaining. Rejects struggling to find a way in.
So trying to crack the code through the front, though. Marshy trying to find the 3-piece. Dakota, he's got a lot of good operator usage in towards the back already, and already has a lot of utility, including the EMP device. I think he saw it just ripped right out there, but Shisu has the equalizer to cement what is about a full 60, and he's using it here on the exits just to try to seal the deal for the spawns. The Rejects are already across the junkyard path. They're trying to get themselves in towards the backside of the garage, where they see all of UMD still spawning, but they lose the initial gunfights.
They picked them apart. Envy actually had to bring out the death machine just to try and keep them alive, but Shane, he can bring out the Tempest to do more than that. Oh, the 3rd shot doesn't land. UMD will find a way through by the looks of things. Yeah, there comes the collapse, unless Swish can find something. No, he can't. Now Pildora and Co. in a good position. Teammates spawn in garage. You know exactly where they're coming from. Just ring down the war machine over towards that side of the map, and we'll find 2 kills. Hold continue to come through here. Spawn over towards the garage now for the side of Rejects, but 24 seconds to play it for, and it's looking like it's going to be UMD's.
It just always comes down to these 1, if not 2 players throughout these respawns so far for UMD to step up. This time it was Dakota to be able to do. He's up to 21 kills, out of body experience for this guy throughout this series so far, as he's just been overshadowed by the rest of his team. But Maybe it's just because the rest of the kills are going to be taken away. That guy is definitely showing things up here. Now it's a whole hardpoint lead. We go over towards the garage. Shane, only player alive inside of the time, and he only gives himself a little bit of a red dot. But he still got close spawns in towards the backside of this map. This is the best thing going for Rejects, that they try to fight their way back in towards the first set of hills.
Eldora trying to do it all on his own. Did get a bit of a backup for that fight, but push now going to have to come through from the backside. Oh, the Tempest is just going to rain absolute hellfire here. Or is it? Grenade launcher on the other side, a little more powerful. Raballo finds something. Still alive and, well, still doing plenty. Inside of the point, he can find no more, but keeps him bay for a little longer. UMT trying to find a way back through. Envy's the only one who can shut this down, and shut this down successfully. He does. 25 seconds to play for here. Potential for RGX to get themselves back into this game.
Maybe we need to measure that one day. A grenade launcher comparatively to an electric bolty thing. I think I'm taking the
electric
grenade launcher
bolty thing?
every single. Yeah, the Tempest, of course. You know what I'm talking about.
Okay,
Wow. Big feed there towards the end really seals how this first set of hills has gone for UMD. That 50-point lead will just be felt. Only the 10-point dent is what Rejects were able to do. Once I marked that pretty Herculean effort towards P4, but even spawns be damned. Over towards P3 and P4, Rejects just can't lock things down. UMD really putting the pedal to the metal now as they're ripping operators for P1. Doesn't find really all that they're wanting to, I'm sure, but they're catching Rejects in response to doing so. So you're quite comfortable with it.
Trading operators, but really, as you mentioned, not kind of a great deal. What did you call it? The bolt, the thing?
An electric bolty thing.
The electric bolty thing. Okay, well that's what I'm going to dub it from now on. I feel as if we can definitely do better.
We need to do XP first, but
139 Horizon here for UMD, but the rotation over towards P2 not looking as clean as it was on the previous timeout. Oh, unless Envy, he nearly lost that gunfight. Puertes is really feeling it right now, but that's a good few dead here. Rejects in a good position. They pick up some decent time, and P2's looking nice as well. They may well find themselves around 50 behind, but that could be evaporated very, very quickly.
just all has to start right here, right? I mean, you still got that 50-point lead. It all can be flipped if you can get this full 60. Doesn't need to be the full, but a majority would be at least what you want. Got operators to use if you are UMD. Puertes was one of them. He does spawn up towards Brick, so here comes the Death Machine. Tempest in towards the back here for Puertes, though. Trying to open things up down through the staircase, but it's just so difficult when you got that War Machine on the opposite side. And we gotta pull up the mathematics. Again, a grenade launcher versus an electric bolty thing, man. It just never equates.
25 seconds to go. You would love the rest of this time with your rejects. Good shots coming in from Shane, but are the gunfights at the front being won? Yes, they are. Pure raw evidence in front of our very eyes on that one. Everybody running through towards the stairs, not finding anything. Envy will be cut down, though. The setup can be here for UMD. The kills will just be traded, though. UMD just seem to be in control of the game, and all of a sudden, rejects go, yeah, bet. And some good time at P1, a wonderful hold at P2, and all of a sudden, somehow, somewhere, rejects found themselves in the lead here in this hardpoint.
And it just came down to the majority of time on P2. Ask and you shall receive, I suppose. Very rare we get caster blessings, but here we go. For the Death Machine towards the back for Indra, not able to find too much. These spawns not really being anchored in towards the back as much as I thought Indra was maybe under the assumption of doing so. 2 players for Reject spawn on the backside of the junkyard. Comes down to 1 player of Dakota to stay alive. He does get close towards the claw, in towards the smoke. He does find himself too, and that finds a lot of time for his teammates to get back across the map.
UMD doing what they needed to do here. Just slowing rejects down. Because I'm not saying it was getting out of hand, it was far from it. The game's very evenly tied, but rejects seemingly were getting some momentum. And UMD have just dropped like 40 points on their forehead, no problem whatsoever. And the rotation over towards New is not looking horrendous either. Switch with a good gunfight win. And nicely done, but Shisu doesn't find a great deal. That equalizer back there, very, very solid. And this time the small SMGs against the Death Machine, well, it's the big Gatling gun that comes out on top. Gunfight still for UMD, going their way momentarily. Shisu inside of the point, trying to get something going, but pretty much a contest fest at this moment in time. Rabala brings in the War Machine, and he'll find a little bit of respite here for Rejects.
Trophy Systems in towards the brick archway, only do so much. Doesn't catch the exit salvo, though. Another 3 in the feed for Rabalo. Here comes the Sparrow out of Marshy just in response. There towards the end, Predator Missile reveals even more. Here, the Junkyard push is exactly where UMD are trying to surmount their foothold in towards this break attempt, but the Predator Missile just reveals too much. They can't necessarily get a foothold in towards the time, but any contested time is going to be good as Rejects are looking to flip the lead again.
Yeah, they've done really well here. Over towards P4. Finding some great time and a lead again. This time around, UMD have got themselves set up, but they haven't got to be so naive, I want to say. They just brought in everything in the kitchen sink at the start of P1 to try and extend that lead they need to be smarter. As mentioned, Rejects do have themselves a slender lead, but this P1 rotation not looking too bad. You can see Rejects, though, they're going to get the spawns over towards P2, but it's going to have a couple of freebies, make it 2, 3, 4. Points lining everybody up. That might help just rebuff Rejects where they were standing. UMD getting some good time over towards P1 now.
Back in towards the first set, it feels like for UMD, but this time they are trailing here at the third. Big moment out of Puedes. Using that Tempest, finds himself 4 in the feed. The Predator Missile so keeps them further at base. Smoke grenades, keeping things interesting in towards P1, but UMD, they find the feed, then they gain the lead.
Once again, it's a time that they really did need. Puedes, oh, he's done so well to find 2 there. How on earth has he managed that? P2 spawns are going to be there for Rejects, though. Maybe just a gunfight was lost as far as the anchoring goes. And now all of a sudden it's a bit of a 50-50. Puedes could do with lighting things up here for the side of UMD. Not going to be able to do so. Rejects find a way in, and think of how much time they got previously. Second rotation hills, P2 was the money maker. If they do that again, they can win it here and send us to a map number 5.
A red lane's not being watched. Puedes has the Predator Missile that opens things up over towards the street side. Rabalo's got himself another War Machine. His overclock is going absolutely ballistic. Operators on the opposite side starting to get shut down. Shisu had the equalizer, gets ripped to smithereens as Indra also used their death machine to no avail as well. Rejects may have the back spawns. UMD are kicking down the front door.
Puedes did as well as he could to just try and survive. But that's a big 3 down. Phildora can find something onto Envy, but that is going to be it. Rejects can just about win it here. You need a contest to come through from UMD, and they may start to panic, but do they need to? A couple of gunfights are going to go their way. A contestation will come through. I'm not 100% sure it's done. It may well be now, and it definitely is now. UMD can rotate, but they can also get some good time here themselves. They can still just about win it. Maybe not anymore over towards P2, but they put themselves in a wonderful position. I don't think they've got the tick. They will not, but it's about the rotation here proper, and they are the first ones there.
And they got all the information here towards the tail end. They got all towards the spawns and towards the back. The Rejects, they got players spawning in towards the back of them as well. It's a foot race here for the contest, and UMD just got to turn around, win the gunfights. They're able to do so. 250 will be reached, and UMD send Rejects down towards the lower bracket, but not without a breath of dramatic conclusions there. It really felt like we were about to be going in towards a map 5.
UnMythic Dream, though, are heading to Katowice. Incredible work to get that one done. That was a scary one for a moment. Did feel like the more well-oiled team, I want to say, throughout the majority of the series. Right, map number 1, back and forth, but they secure it in the end. Map number 2, methodical, solid work through the search and destroy. A little bit of a fumble in the control, to say the least, but
yeah, well,
once again, Rejects, I mean, offered plenty in the hardpoint, but it's kind of like they just huffed and they puffed, but no houses really fell down.
And here's it going in towards the third set. It was still feeling like the beginning of the end, because it was. Even towards the back end of that P2, they had the spawns, they had Rejects, they just had no space, and it felt like that there was a little bit of hesitation. The second that P2 did pop, that you got the 2 players towards the south side just kind of giving up blue. And then by doing so, it allows the free rotation to come all the way out, albeit the operators were not used. They did get those close brick spawns, did UMD, and they just started flooding in by their numbers. 49-35 out of Puedes, and a great series out of him. Shisu, consistency is their middle name. I don't know if that is legal, but 49-37 throughout that map number 4 and throughout the entirety of the series was surely felt. And NV, 32-43 was the impact. Better than what we were looking for comparatively towards that map number 3. Rabalo, Marshy trying their hearts out, but simply was not enough to deal with UnMythic Dream throughout the entirety of this series. Brody, I'm gonna bring you back on in towards this one, man, because UnMythic Dream, I guess they did immediately what we thought. I don't think that all of us besides you thought it was gonna go any other way.
Yeah, I mean, no, I did. I mean, like, at the end of the day, like, it's difficult to say, right? Ultimately, Rejects of this team, when they want to go hard, you know, they're going to do that, right? And I think they just came into the series just a little bit colder than they should be, right? I think that was evidently true in that Hacienda Hardpoint. You know, they took a couple of, you know, minutes to actually get into the game. They got a lead, and unfortunately, they managed to fumble it towards the end. I'd say the Search and Destroy was probably the biggest kind of L for Rejects, though, in that series, right? I think particularly though, as the kind of they went on the defense in the second half of the game. That's where Rejects started to fall apart a little bit. When they weren't the ones calling the shots, they didn't really know what to do. So something maybe to work on, I think, as they move forward. But certainly you have to give UnMythic Dream a lot of props again. This is a team that came together for this season. Again, kind of an amalgamation of UnDream and UnMythic from the last season of Call of Duty Mobile in North America. And I think adding Puedes and Shisui, as you guys literally just saw when they both dropped 49 kills in that last hardpoint, was the best possible thing that this UnMythic roster could have done. They look so well put together as a team, and they're a real threat that I think teams here in North America have to look out for.
Well, 2 out of 3 teams have already solidified their ticket to go to Poland. We got 2 more teams in the lower bracket really vying for their position. The last time that we had Rejects in a position like this, just to make it to the playoff bracket, it was a map number 5 versus Nexus to be able to do so. Do you think the old guards got it to be able to do it once again towards the tank, or do you think that they just simply cannot do it anymore?
I mean, you would think so. You would think they've got enough in their tank. I mean, again, I kind of just want to reiterate what I was saying throughout that series. It was just coming down to moments for Rejects where they were finding success. If they could just tighten up here and there, they could have comfortably won that series. I think realistically, the Search and Destroy wasn't there for them, but yeah, okay, they're doing the control. They arguably could have won either one of the hard points or both of the hard points, to be honest. So I think it's not far away. It just looks rusty, right? But you see the talent, you see those moments every now and then when it does come down to the operator usage. They're using them at the right time for the most part. They're finding a lot of success with them, but it's the whole other game around it. It can't just be down to the operators. I know we've talked about, I mean, we have hammered home the point that the good teams use their operators very, very efficiently. They are doing that. It's just everything else, the simple stuff that they need to catch up on once again.
Well, we got one more series for you all at home, and especially for these 2 Brits before they can end up saying goodnight to you all as well. It's going to be to see who the number 1 team potentially will end up being. We got an absolute slobber knocker of a series. It will be TLE Esports going up against UnMythic Dream. You guys do not want to miss that series. It's on the other side of this break. We will see you very soon.
Not about the money, not the time. Heavy is the price you pay. You know you had it coming all your life. Everybody knows your name. Taking it one step at a time.
Right now I need it. Yeah, it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Yeah. Whoa, whoa. Spent too much on the wrist on me. Man upstairs, never diss on me. Way too many bands, it's a lick on me. Yeah. Whoa. Take it easy, baby. If you need a baby, I be singing songs like I'ma need a baker. I'ma need a baker for what I'm cooking, baby. Cause it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, I'm ballin', finna go pro. Yeah, I'm kicking it in a dojo. Make a movie, get a GoPro. Yeah. Whoa. All my goals, I'ma hit them all. Mama told me go hard. Now I'm outside finna ball. Cause it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Cause it's game time. Cause it's game time. You can hang tight. Yeah. Cause it's game time.
We breathe without thinking. It's automatic. ocean. When you're around me, it's like holding up the ocean. I need you to breathe for me, breathe for me. You take my breath away, so breathe for me, breathe for me, breathe for me. You take my breath away, so breathe for me. In and out, in and out. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. I need you to breathe for me, breathe for me. You take my breath away, so breathe for me, breathe for me.
I'm the best on the map, not a regular dude. The respect on my ground when I set it and move. watch how I cruise. I'm rocking the ship, tell the haters to move. The champions here, and we play that I do. Action, we want the action. We moving with traction. We tend to get active, let's get active. Action, we want the action. We moving with traction. We tend to get active, let's get active. Ride with me, yeah, they ride with me. Come and slide with me like the tide slippery. Got the town burning in the squad with me. Yeah, the squad with me. Ride with me, yeah, they ride with me. Come and slide with me like the tide slippery. Got the town burning in the squad with me. And the guys with me, this is our mission. This is our mission. Action. We want the action. We moving with traction.
There are no more doubts. Elevate are the greatest Call of Duty mobile team in the world. Big map, not largely lane. Metrock trying to step up the tempo work. Hawk with another double. He's been so good for his squad first. A decent comeback effort for TRIBE. Trying to force the Annihilator. Zip out, but still finds a way to break it through. 3 for Rehan. The break, they've got split spawns. Can they pick this up? No, they can't because Tron gets the double.
Victory out of nothing.
God.
So if you didn't regain from Fusion, a dub is a dub at the end of the day.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the beginning of the end. So we're about to be setting up our final series of the evening. We've already solidified 2 of our participants from North America that will be getting their bags packed very soon to go over to Katowice. You saw a little bit of the hype video and here's the bracket just to break things down. My name is Proper. Joining with me is Ton and Brody as per usual. Brody, gonna be starting off with you, and how far from the truth is this? This is exactly what you predicted on the day. Maybe minus Rejects losing that map.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to predict, I think, exactly how this entire thing is going to go ultimately, right? I mean, we're looking at teams that for all of us here on the desk, apart from, again, Scrims and the like, this is the first time we've actually got to see them this half of the year at least. So expectations weren't really set going into today, very difficult to predict, and they all feel like relatively closely matched teams. I think this one in particular is going to be an intense match to try and get the highest seed possible going into Katowice.
Well, Ton, although these 2 teams will already go to Katowice, I guess we got some real high-octane scrim bucks on our way. Again, guaranteed money on the line between these 2 teams, TLE Esports versus UnMythic Dream. What jumps off the page between these 2 rosters, pal?
I think it's hard to say. UnMythic Dream kind of did what we... Well, honestly, both teams kind of did what we expected. I think the only thing for me is that TLE Search and Destroy didn't nearly look as comfortable as UnMythic Dreams did there in that previous series. So that could be a tell, but I think it kind of has all the hallmarks of a pretty close series for these 2. My question is, for both the 2 teams who have just secured their spot in Katowice now, yes, okay, the money is on the line, but that's a hard part done. Does relaxing help them go through this series, or is it still that same level? You want to win the tournament, you're not thinking about what you've already won. I'm just curious on the mental side of the game for both these 2 teams now heading into this series. Still a lot of Call of Duty to be played, of course, but you secured the big prize that you wanted, right? Where's your head at now?
Well, you almost feel like you're only as good as preparing for the match that's directly in front of you. And I feel like if you're on Mythic Dream, you feel like the matchup versus TLE Esports was the inevitability when it comes down to the over-preparation, whether that is for scrimmages within the region. Again, we constantly talk about just how a lot of the top participants did get dispersed mostly over towards the east, competing for CDM just in a few moments. But like, Brody, when you talk about it from a Mythic Dream's perspective, coming away from that previous matchup, Pildora, Shisu, and Puedes, those guys were on absolute fire. Is that going to be enough to be able to handle, to be able to hang with TLE Esports? Because they've been setting pace all day, it seems.
Yeah, I think, you know, for sure those players, they played extremely well in the respawns. I think the biggest thing for me, right, is again, it's comparing kind of apples to oranges in a way, but like, I think Ton talked about the fact that those hardpoints were extremely close, right? I mean, you know, a couple of different rotations going the other way, and we would be looking at Rejects actually playing in this match instead of UnMythic Dream. So looking at, right, really close respawn performances from UnMythic Dream, and their Search and Destroy is pretty strong. You compare that to TLE Esports, and again, apples to oranges, but still, Their 3-0 to kick off the day, the Search and Destroy was the least convincing part of it. So it does feel like we've got two different teams in very different kind of stances here. You know, we've got this TLE roster that did look very good in their respawns, very much assured, and UnMythic Dream significantly less so. So you might well have star performances, but it does feel like right now, I don't know if that's going to be enough to get them through the respawns.
We'll have to be able to see, because that was the tail of the tape as far as the Rejects matchup is concerned versus UnMythic Dream, is that UnMythic Dream just were currently just trailing blazes as far as the backline and through all their break attempts are concerned. We got word that the best of 5 map set is confirmed for us, so we got the Vetoes to talk about here for us. Ton Summit is we're going to be starting things off with the Kurohana Metropolis for a map number 2. Firing range map number 5, but a guaranteed takeoff control. How you feeling?
Yeah, it's... I'm just having a look through here, actually. So, Coastal not even picked, actually. So, bans come through for standoff Tunisia. And maybe... That is maybe a little bit of a surprise to me, especially for UnMythic Dream there and how well they kind of did play that to a certain degree. And then seeing, of course, how TLE didn't necessarily look too hot on it either. To not see that in there's a bit of a surprise. But Summit, nice to see that one come in there as well. It's a little bit of a mix-up from what we've seen, but Combine is going to be mixy as per usual. Kurohana, though, pretty traditional Search and Destroy map and how it does play out as well. I think a lot of the teams do enjoy that one. Nothing too surprising apart from that, from the fact that the Search and Destroy on Coastal's not in there. I would have expected that.
I find it extremely egregious that Coastal Search and Destroy wasn't picked, because that was the entire aspect of going back to that first best of 5 series with TLE Esports. It's like, hey, that Coastal Search and Destroy defense wasn't exactly it. And you look at it from the other side of the coin, from UnMythic Dream's perspective, it did look really good. I mean, maybe it was playing up to the deficit that was Rejects. Maybe there was a map in time where we don't recall that they got absolutely smoked on Coastal. It all just comes down to recency, but you got to think, Brody, this is their best chance to maybe take it to TLE Esports. I mean, they'll get another swing at them potentially, depending on the conclusion of this series, but we're just testing waters here. Again, big dollar matchup, but these two teams are already going to Katowice.
Yeah, I think the thing is about Coastal, right, when it comes down to these map plans, is something people don't often think about, is the fact that there's always the VOD aspect of it, right? You know, both of these teams have seen each other play Coastal. It's like, do you really want to do that? Do you really want to risk it? You know, if you're UnMythic Dream, you might be feeling confident on a Coastal Search and Destroy, but at the same time, you're the opposite side. You've got TLE who will have literally sat there and watched you literally just play it. They will know everything about what your Coastal Search and Destroy setup looks like. So it might well just be one of those cases where both teams just want to avoid it because, hey, it's a no quantity at this point. Take it tomorrow where maybe you guys can actually do the VOD on each other on that map. Kurohana, I think, is at least more interesting for us here on the casting desk. It's always a really fun one to watch for both of these teams to take each other on. But yeah, I mean, for me, that's the question. You know, we go down the Search and Destroys. TLE took a little bit too long, I will say, to work things out on Coastal Search and Destroy in their 3-0 earlier on today. Can they be quicker on it as we get into that Kurohana?
I think it mostly just comes down to the sniper matchups. You're still very happy if you're looking at from UnMythic Dream's perspective, because they're two biggest cornerstones in that map number 2 had to have been in between Perez knocking things down in the middle of the map, being able to get those first bloods, and Fedora on the opposite side being able to answer things back in kind. But Dakota's been the silent assassin, in my opinion, just because of his objective play. While everybody else is going through slaying out, he has been the route man more often than not. And Ton, I think that Summit Hardpoint could set things up wonderfully if UnMythic Dream continue to keep the macro strong.
Yeah, and the macro was strong. I want to say in the hardpoints that they did obviously go on to win up against Rejects, but they just have to be careful. It feels like they go maybe a little gung-ho sometimes with some of their investment as far as the operators go. It's like, get them, bring them in. And I think they maybe need to learn to a certain degree from Rejects, is what kept them in those hard points was their operator usage. So I think for them it's going to kind of boil down to that, but how often have we made that prediction on an analyst desk here for COD Mobile that operator is going to be the big difference maker? I think that's something they could really lean into, though. If they make those right decisions, their fundamentals are very much there as well. So if they can do that, they've got a really good chance of walking away with this one. But I think I kind of just want to reiterate the sentiment that this is still a very hard one to call. I don't think it's cut and dry. I think people will lean TLE's way, but at the same time, I don't think that's necessarily one that we can lean too heavily into. UnMythic Dream had some good moments, specifically at their Search and Destroy. They had their moments in the hard point. If they can carry that over from the previous series, then okay, they really could force a big game here. But these are the two best teams here right now, and let's see who's going to advance on to that grand final nice and quickly. But yeah, it's a hard one to call.
Well, Brody, let's big picture this a little bit. We've talked about the maps, talked about the modes, we talked about how these two teams, what's in store for them comes November time, as we're going to be going over towards Poland. But like, you talk about your heavy hitters, your usual suspects, if you like to call them, Brody. Who are you looking at as far as your matchup is concerned? Who needs to step up to be able to match each other's paces in that map number one, especially going into Summit?
Yeah, I think for Summit, for me, Unravel is the easier name, right, to talk about. If you're talking about TLE, he was the guy that was performing very well during their first match earlier on today. He's like obviously the guy. I think Esfug may be a little bit underwhelming at points, like we know that he's capable of, so if he can really step things up, that would be big for TLE. For me, I think as you look further into the series as well, we talk about Saucy in Search and Destroy. Saucy on the defense looks great on Coastal. Search and Destroy on the offense, decidedly less so, I think. Maybe not the most aggressive of a sniper rifle player for TLE Esports. So I think maybe that could change a little bit for TLE, but there's kind of a few names, at least from me, on TLE that could maybe step things up a little bit. On the other side, though, for UnMythic Dream, honestly, again, I've got to see Puedes and Shisui play exactly the same way they did in that last Hardpoint, because they are respawn gods. They show up to this series, UnMythic Dream will have a perfectly fine time in Hardpoint.
Well, definitely feels like UnMythic Dream are being iced right now, ton off of their very hot 3-1 series when they did have the control, was where they did fall immediate short. In this best of 5 series as we're getting in towards it. Takeoff Control, obviously very different as far as rate is concerned. Do you think that they're going to be a little bit more on their toes? Do you think they're going to be leaning back, as you may have said it, back in towards that map 3? We were under the assumption they just got complacent in that map 3.
And I think that was probably a fair assumption, to be honest with you. I think, they were kind of cruising through that series. They were 1-0 up. They found that round pretty easily. And to lose a round like that, it kind of can set you back, and then you lose the 2 after it. It's not too surprising, to say the least. But yeah, I think there was maybe a bit of complacency, but I think it's one of those maps on Raid that you can kind of come back from. There is moments where the defense can get back into a point. If you're on the attack, you can find something. Whereas here on Takeoff, that can be a little scarier. Okay, yeah, the spawn trap isn't necessarily as much of a problem as it used to be, but it's one of those that you can really be punished for a mistake. So they have to be careful not to make it. And yes, okay, they did get punished for those mistakes, but a 10 versus 5, I would argue it's a sell, but it's not something that's out of the realm of possibility. One of those moments on Takeoff, though, is a little bit harder to come by. So yeah, they need to be careful here. They can't give away too much.
Yep, you cannot become over-embellished as far as your operator usage is concerned. Ton will especially be watching, as well as I, especially when it comes down to these War Machine calls. Very early were they back in towards that Hacienda map number 1 for UnMythic Dream, but they were still able to grit their way through a series win, and through their gunny, they were able to do so. But Brody, going in towards this one, how you feel, man? You think that UnMythic Dream are going to be able to do the impossible? It feels like this is a tall ask.
I don't think it is. I honestly, again, I think, going back to what Tun said, it's a difficult one to call because, again, we know so little about these teams outside of the matches we saw earlier today and kind of our preconceptions based on scrims and the like. So I don't think this is going to be a TLE walkthrough by any stretch of the imagination. I think UnMythic Dream, they should be perfectly fine coming to this one. It just is about being consistent, making sure your top guns, your top players are firing all cylinders.
All right, well, Ton, you can go ahead and call the poppers upstairs. Go ahead and lay flat up on that daybed. We'll go ahead and get your services back at the end of this series. Could be a quick one, could be a long one. Again, as both Infinity and Ton were talking about it, it's very difficult to call, but I don't know, man. Brody, this one's going to get a little bit weird. Again, there's not a whole lot of conversation. Oh, nope, Ton's still back. All right. Man, I was kind of hoping that was going to catch you in time for the pups to be able to come up. I don't even know if your puppy's allowed inside your office, but that would have been dope.
I wasn't 100% sure if I was coming by the camera. In 1 second, I was like... I was chilling. I was ready and set up for the game. But you know what? I'm a professional and I'm locked in at all times and did consider maybe come back. No, the dog is not allowed upstairs because this is the cat's realm, and frankly, it wouldn't be fair on the cat. She's 10 now, and I'm having to, she has to have her own space, like we all do.
Age don't matter. Even inside of a house, cats do be loving heights, man. They do be loving heights. That is absolute facts. I had a little bit of a lobby break, so thank you guys for dealing with all of our ramble as we are getting prepared for what is going to be the inevitable battle for the #1 seed, again, for all intents and purposes, coming out of that Rejects matchup. These two teams will be going to Katowice. In what number or fashion will they be representing North America? We haven't to Scooby, taking a page out of Brody's book. We don't know which one's going to be the conclusion as we end up having the upper finals here to be able to see who's going to be at least guaranteed top 2. And then one will be dropping down to the lower bracket to then face the winner in between the two teams that lost earlier today. But there's still time to be able to fight over that last spot, guys. I mean, if you had to just kind of cherry pick off of what you saw, I know sample size is incredibly low, and I'm really grasping at straws just to fill for time here. Who do you guys got in that lower bracket making the deep run?
Oh, I mean, I honestly did see some stuff from XtreM Pe that I liked, in fairness, but you would think the raw power of Rejects is probably going to get it over the line, but it'd probably be a close one. But honestly, XtreM Pe have got a shot there, absolutely.
All right. Well, I'm going to take this as an omen, as a sign. Ton, you can lean back in your chair this time around. We'll hear from the clickbait there. Make sure Marshy is watching. Ton believes in you, good sir. We need that swagger when it comes down to Katowice. Brody, we're finally getting into it, man. Slums Hardpoint. Is this the one? Is this the truth?
Feels like it could be. It's shooting. All right, never mind. We're all good. We're all good. They're throwing util straight towards a hard point. Yep, here we go. Finally into it. Slums Hardpoint is one of those maps that can be super mixy, especially in the middle of the map. And this is a big one for both of these teams. Again, something that we haven't really focused on here before we even really get into this is the fact that, yeah, all right, both of these teams, they're already qualified for Katowice. No matter what happens, these guys will be representing North America. But you want to win this, not just for prize pool, but for it to get as high a seed as possible. Winning a match like this could be the difference between facing Wolves and facing Seoul in your first match of the tournament. And trust me, you don't want to be facing Wolves.
That's facts. That's absolute facts. I thought you were going to be ready to throw like exclusive immediately under the bus, but we're big EU fans as far as this commentary team is concerned. We'll be unbiased for now. As far as opening engagements are concerned, still about early as you could possibly ask for it to be as even as all get out. We're mostly expecting for things to start swaying the way of whatever team can start sinking their teeth in for the P2 to P3 rotation. Right now it is UMD in a really good position to do so, but TLE off of the previous hill, they got a lot of good posture upstairs around PCs to set up for FP2.
UMD right now just trying to hold the side of the map that will be for that P2 rotation. You can see TLE off the spawn, making sure they do try and fit the map if they can towards the hardpoint. Dakota and Shisui going to find 3 kills between them. Dakota now just trying to keep an eye on these players making their way down, and we'll get a kill with the HSO. UMD currently in control, but TLE trying to make their way down from up top. Last player in towards the time. Dakota back towards the HSO. Actually loses that gunfight versus S-Thug, and Saucy also in the mix. TLE being a proper nuisance here for the back 30 seconds of time. That's something that UMD are going to be frustrated with losing. They are, however, potentially going to settle for those P2 or P3 rotations. I say that though proper. Pildora, he goes down, and now it's TLE in control.
Pildora at least bought enough time for UMD to still enact these very close ski lift spawns. That means that they can the back. Dakota will take down Malzine to open up those P3 spawns, and they'll get it. The UMD in towards the back. S-Thug though, HSO. You remember back with the R90 meta? I know it's not that long ago, but it's nice to see S-Thug back with the shotgun in his hand. That's where he does his nasty work. But UMD, they got the operators in tow, trying to make P3 a money hill.
That's not the best. Tempest, though, is it there momentarily? Doesn't actually get all that much. Towards the front of the hardpoint, Malzin's War Machine also amounts to nothing. There goes Saucy with a DM as well. Indra gonna burn through 3 with his DM, and that's the most effective op that we've seen so far. And TLE, well, their ops might have flopped, but now UMD can get some ops out for themselves. 3 now overextending in towards the middle of the map. Shisui just focusing on the fact that his teammates have locked those spawns down. And he's being a proper nuisance right now. On the hunt for more kills. Shisui, another kill to his name. Now close to a hunter killer drone. He is completely trying to flip the map in their favor. 20 seconds of time. You might well end up giving that up to TLE, and that is exactly what's going to happen. Indra's going for one last little hit and actually finds a couple of kills in towards the scrap time, but still, flipping the spawns out, not a terrible idea, even if you do give up 15 seconds.
Yeah, that 15 seconds could be worth it if you can lock down P4. S-Thug trying to be the tip of the spear. Dakota, one shot. Gonna back up and just play the forklift. but there's no trade. Not for the immediate two. Here comes TLE. They're marching all the way through. Got Indra with the Predator Missile. He's just going to lurk it in towards Sky. Does it buy enough time? It doesn't even find any kills, but there comes the teammates UMD locking things down, playing the long game.
Now UMD wanting to hold the back line here. TLE trying to push from the front of this hard point. Shisui, good for the first kill on towards Mon. Plays towards the front though, managed to break in towards the time. So now Shisui's kind of having to change his position towards being more of a nuisance around the back line. He's going to get shut down. Has opened some space through the front of the hard point though. Pildora will be only find one. Trades mostly going in favor of TLE. Mon now backing up the hill with the equals here. UMD allowed to push in through the top side, and Mon's equals. You're just looking for the back 15 seconds off of it. You run out the equal bullets. You've got the rest of your teammates here though. Mon back towards the time to try and hold on. A Ravel cut out, and Mon looking for more. He's going to find 3 towards the time, and that's going to be TLE in for the scrap time. They are ahead just about at this point, but it is a tentative advantage.
Very tentative. Been able to see this lead be diminished, flipped. This is nothing, but TLE still able to maintain it. Back towards the center of the map we go again. Contested time going to be good for TLE. Able to finally enact their numbers. Split spawns starting to occur for UMD, who are lacking operators for the inevitable swing that comes through. Malzine thought it was going to be now. He locks the triggers, and that means that Malzine's going to be down his operator. No War Machine for this rotation. UMD able to find the kills and can watch all these doorways. They're trying to soak up the back 30 seconds, but every single read goes wrong. UMD still find the kills, but TLE still holds strong.
Now TLE, that's a wave of yellow in the feed for TLE. Start to focus on rotation here with 15 seconds left. Yet another wave of yellow kills in the feed. One last flanking play coming through from Dakota though. That might disrupt things ever so slightly. Unravel going to invest the Tempest. Amounts to nothing. UMD trying to push in for the scrap time, but ultimately it does not happen. Look at utility now. UMD have 4 operators ready to go on towards the next hard point, but TLE are once again winning the engagements. Investment coming out from the claw. It doesn't go anywhere. Malzin gonna follow up with a couple of kills towards the time. Pueda's trying to be annoying. It doesn't happen, and now UMD gonna have to start to invest in towards this time.
Sauce has got the death machine out. That's in response. Pildora's got the war machine. It's a battle of machines, and Puedas is going to be able to lock down 2 off the rotation. Mon off the equalizer. Trying to find more here in bottom blue. So got players locked inside of the hardpoint. He's just reacting off of his teammates' comms, but UMD once again got the numbers, but TLE still hold the lead. Got more operators left to be pulled for UMD. Do they decide to call them in now? At least the equalizer locked down top PCs, but they need to hold their heavy hitters for the P3 rotation.
Yeah, that's the key thing. You don't want to over-invest in towards this time. You want to hold some of that for what is inarguably the most important hill on this map, unless you're Wolves, in which case it would be the hill that you're on right now. Looking over towards the time, though. UMD going to open things up with the opening wave of gunfights. Keep an eye on players like Malsheen and S-Thug to try and flip these spawns out in their favor. S-Thug, flat, not going to happen. Now maybe perhaps Malsheen and Mon can do something. The former's going to find one. Mon taken out of the play. Here comes the double investment from UND, and it is every single TLE player has been dealt with. They continue to send players in behind enemy lines, trying to make these flanking routes happen, but it doesn't look like it's working so far.
Routes need to be timed with the players up towards the front, but the players up towards the front are just getting absolutely chewed by Dakota's Claw. Here's the heavy hitters that we were talking about. Death Machine there towards the end now for Indra. War Machine out from Malzine trying to work their way forward. No trophy systems though. It was dealt with. Nobody has a trophy system in towards the back, but 3 players from UND anchoring the spawns in towards the back. TLE have no more operators to be able to find the spawns. They think that it's coming from the front. Boy, have they read it wrong, but it was late. Unravel still locks down the back too, and TLE flips the lead once again.
Yeah, this time it's TLE who are going to flip the spawns in their favor as we move over towards the next time. UnMythic Dream, can they travel across the map? Early investment coming up from Unravel here to try and stop some of the rotating players. Not going to happen. Hill's now going to pop. TLE just 6 points down. They should be able to regain the lead off the back of this one. Saucy looking for some traditional gunfights. That's not going to happen. He's going to get shut down. And now UMD, this is going to force Mausin to reposition here in towards the garage. You've got helper players coming off the spawn. You cannot let UnMythic Dream block the spawns, though. That's the last thing you want to have happen. Puedas in towards the time. He's only going to find one. Trades in favor, but there is that spawn flip coming through for UnMythic Dream. Immediate investment of the War Machine from Pildora for a couple of kills. There's number 4 for Pildora, and UnMythic Dream off the back of that spawn flip and the War Machine. They're in for the time.
But they're still surrounded. TLE still have them surrounded. S-Thug's able to find 2 there with the HSO. Pildora, Dakota trying to mitigate the damage being found, but it's numbers for TLE that are able to swarm around the site, able to get themselves in towards the hard point. But there's still 2 rogue players for UMD. They spawned towards the back. TLE were not expecting that. So now they get the flip once again. UMD in towards the time, but it's just 3 seconds. And now it's just 5 that separate these 2 teams. Back to P1 we go again. UMD trying to hold on from these splits. They have at least some operators they could be pulling in, but it's the death machine to get ripped early for TLE that's just keeping them at bay.
Yeah, this is good. S5 up top. S5 for 5, clearing the entirety of the squad. He will get traded out, but he buys some spaces of time for TLE when they are this close to the 250-point mark. That is gold dust. TLE now looking for the remainder of the time. UnMythic starting to panic here in this game. Going to find their way through. Pildora, the only one to find any value whatsoever. Now S5 back to his usual haunts up top. Won't be able to find any kills this time around. Enables UnMythic Dream to get back in towards the time. Mon maybe equalizes, try and close this one out. Unravel also with the Tempest, and both are finding value. There was one up on the other side. It doesn't amount to much, and TLE proper, they've got so much time off the back of this hill, and Mon is now trading through absolutely everyone. This might well be the dagger here in this game.
Every airplane thrown up into the sky, trying to find more information towards the top side of the window. The equalizer was used phenomenally. 10 points are all the TLE required to call game number 1. You looked at the rotation, and UMD are from the outside looking in. Death Machine pulled. Dakota has the claw as well. Every single operator that UMD have at their disposal being utilized just for the break, but TLE just need 3.
Just need a few more seconds. That should be it. Nobody touching from UnMythic Dream, and TLE gets so much time off of P1. Phenomenal operator control for them. In the end, what is a back and forth affair, and Summit Hardpoint will go in their favor. An important map. We talked about it, right, proper? We talked about the importance of this hardpoint. We said that UnMythic Dream looked a little bit shaky, not gonna lie, from their matchup versus Rejects. In the last series, we saw them in hardpoints in particular. TLE did not look that way whatsoever, and I think that showed out here.
Absolutely did. It's the slightest bit of macro that kept Rejects within those hardpoint maps. Slightest bit of slaying, getting fallen by the wayside, and that is just a recipe for TLE to really put UnMythic Dreams any hope to rest as far as this map number 1 is concerned. The UMD had a lot of good bright moments, but it's just all of the lurking plays, all of the routes. S-Thug with the HSO. If there was one on the opposite side for UnMythic Dream, it was less impactful, that's for sure, because S-Thug was just everywhere that he needed to be, just in close quarters. He absolutely thrives. 40 and 32, just about led his team as far as objective time. We'll lose that just behind Mon, albeit by a handful of seconds, but wow, that guy was a real issue, and that's why we were talking about him earlier on the day in the first quarterfinal matchup. That guy with a shotgun in his hand, or even an SMG, he loves himself a good route.
Yeah, man, S-Thug is the guy, right? 40 kills to his name, as you say. I mean, just insane. And this is one of those players that, you know, when you look over towards the lineup, obviously, you know that a lot of these names have had success, albeit, you know, more recently, I want to say, when Mexico came and joined the North American region as of, I think it was like season 5 of SPS. But even before that as well, when, you know, these kind of players were playing in LATAM, we know what they're capable of. But S-Thug is one of those names that was competing in Europe for the longest, or in North America, excuse me, for the longest of times, and has always been a top performer in this region. So, you know, to see him doing things like that, it's a pretty standard thing. It's things we expect at this point. What that does mean, though, is that TLE, we expected them to have a better performance in Hardpoint. They have done exactly that proper. And now we move into the search and destroy, and that's where things become a little bit more interesting, because we do go back towards the coastal search and destroy we saw at the beginning of the game, beginning of the day, excuse me, between TLE and XPE. And it, again, you know, I feel like I'm ragging on them a little bit, and I don't mean mean to be. Because the Search and Destroy was perfectly serviceable, it just felt like maybe this is where they looked weakest in that series.
Yeah, and you go in towards at least first Search and Destroy for Kurohana Metropolis. I think that you're going to be looking at this no other from the perspective of what made the Coastal Search and Destroy so good for UnMythic Dream versus Rejects in their map number 2. That's all off of their double sniper play. I mean, also playing into it, I really did feel like that Rejects were a little bit more lost for a lot of their rounds, not really understanding what the timing or aggression could look like through the middle of the map, but still how quick they were able to download where a lot of these players are located at and able to flip the pressure with a lot of their stuns, nades, utility usage was absolutely on fleek when it comes down to UnMythic Dream in response to what Rejects were doing. But will they have the time to do it? Because TLE Esports, the way that they won that Search and Destroy was not by macro, by any stretch of the imagination. It was square peg through round hole. They knew that they were just better by the opposition that they were going up against. It's not going to work here versus UMD.
All right, we'll see what the TLE have gotten things sorted out. This would be big if they could do it. To start this one, immediate push in towards B. Nobody watching the cup. Wait, it's going to get cut down. Trades going down in a 3 versus 2 now. 3 versus 3, excuse me, down to 2 versus 2. Malzin to take Injure out. That's 2 for him. And all of a sudden, now it's Shisui isolated inside the B site. And Saucy, he is very quick to take some map control.
Sure is. Shisu, Odin, 1v2 versus 2 snipers for TLE. Oh, needs the first one cleanly. Missed sniper shot. Shisu not going to push it for the advantage that he had and say he's just going to yeet himself out of the window, and Saucy will take him down with the machine pistol, but gave himself a real good shake at that. Not a whole lot to utterly digest, but UMD just completely got milli-whopped. Minus injured just being able to find the trades.
Just that little reposition from Saucy. You never were going to expect someone to be that aggressive, especially in a 2 versus 1. There's no reason to expect those 2 players to not be playing together. So, first round on the board for TLE. This time they've heavy stacked in towards B. UnMythic Dream are playing significantly less aggressive in round number 2. Just playing for some over-aggression from TLE. It doesn't look like it's happening just yet.
No. Kurohana Metropolis things. Maybe patient until about 45 seconds. Then we're going to bum rush the site. Got Trophy Systems watching all the major points of ingress. One on the backside of the B-bomb site. The cuts leading in towards the A staircase and through mid. So any late utilities in the back pocket for UMD needs to be very accurate. Got a 4-player stack over towards this A lane. Timing potentially for Saucy.
Saucy now backing up. Also have help from Mon through the mid-cart. This is a player that UnMythic Dream needs to kind of remove if they want to move forward, because if not, there'll be a constant threat of a flank. So it's a big gunfight. There it is, Dakota with the first kill. Saucy still towards the back of the site, though. Could still blow this play wide open. We'll find one. Reposition for the second. Looking for the snipe. Indra spotted him. Saucy dead to rights. He's stuck between many rocks and many hard places and will in the end get crushed. It is that kill, I think, on the player. It was Mon inside the cart. That opens things up massively for TLE.
Oh, it absolutely does.
Defend the objective.
It's just waiting for that patient timing. Able to get the info on the player to the backside of the site, and you just rush back in towards cuts. Not afford to be so reckless if you are TLE. Let's see if their response is here. Not too far away from north. Oh, that nade just goes right over Mon's head.
Oh,
Vetoes didn't get the information, but he was still prepared for the gunfight. A rare miss. All-town players very much so still alive. Vetoes going to get hit with a return nade, thinking that someone's going to be flanking his B side, but not going to be the case. Nade also coming up short for Unravel's feet, so information gained, not plenty between these 10, that's for sure.
Well, the util throne, I think they have some kind of awareness as to where Unravel is.
Oh my.
That snipe, oh my god, Malzin will go away by the skin of his teeth. TLE taking this. UnMythic Dream haven't made any real progress up the map just yet. Keep an eye on play number 2 as well. Mon's getting hyper-aggressive here. They've got no reason to expect this, but you need better shots than that. The smoke now going to go down. He's going to play this as if it's going to be some kind of exit. And they have no idea that he is still sitting in that position. Mon's going to reveal himself. Mystery Man, reveal yourself. He's going to pick up a kill. At the same time, Unravel also finds one. It is a masterful bait from Mon. It works out perfectly.
Oh, and S-Tug, he's got the read. He sees the second as well. Repositions to the dumpster. They're going to be double stacked together. If he walks away with a second kill here, it would be absolutely egregious. Naden towards the back. They think it's going to be a pinch, but they're just trapped. Fish in a barrel. Can Shisu find the opening? Indra able to find the kill on the S-Thug, but Moon cleans up the back too. And it is just as standard as you could possibly ask for. For TLE, I mean, the nade goes right over top of Mon's head. If he gets hit with that, the push comes through inside of a Zig. Because it doesn't, no information outside of where the nades were thrown from. UMD didn't get a single lick of damage to execute on.
Yeah, Mon, he just won that round for sure by not just playing his life, but by getting map control, getting the kill as well, more pertinently. Huge. Now Saucy trying to regain control of the A site. Nobody here just yet, and he is somehow able to waltz straight towards the site. You take a 1-for-1 trade though. Might not have numbers in the grand scheme of things though, because another teammate did go down. S-Thug, did they see him? Oh, the Semtex actually stuck him out of the round. He goes. And now just down to Unravel. Not a chance, mate. UnMythic Dream, a non-defended site, totally open. And it will go their way.
Okay. So, go back to a handful of those rounds on Coastal. What we got versus Rejects, and it's the aggression, just being able to play for the trades, being able to utilize their numbers. You do have that luxury for Kurohana Metropolis if you do have the hard read, which TLE thought that they did. They're leaving one player by the lonesome. It's Saucy. He's been the A defender. Reinforcements need to be here because this hit's coming through rapidly. Dude.
You've lost the opening bloods once again. Now Poetis has the information that somebody's made it pass towards the right. Dakota's going to be ready for this one. Util over the top. Nice nade from Mon. Gives him the opportunity. Poetis missed the opening snipe and gets taken down by Unravel. How quickly things have fallen apart here for UMD. TLE now with site control once again.
Pancake down. Someone's going to have to make a play. Who was it? Of course, it's going to have to be Shisu. He's got an SMG, though, and he knows that he loses that gunfight if he just wildly chows it. But Mon's thinking that maybe it could be a hit over towards speed. The long con play. He's going to have to trust that Malzine's going to be playing this 1-for-1 cross. He's got the sniper. It's going to be versus Indra versus XM4. Oh, it's just so tense. Sub 50 now, Brody.
The enemy has the bomb.
TLE have actually given up the bomb site here. They've got no choice, of course, being in a 2 versus 3, but to play separately. Bomb's now going to go down. Huge 1v1 in this round. Shisu is looking in that correct direction. Oh, he looks away at the wrong time, and Malzin's going to whip his head off. And now they're down to a 2 versus 2. 40 seconds on the clock here. TLE approaching this one from 2 different angles. Got the snapper of Malzin. Mon, aka Zyrax, on the other side. And does UMD clock this slide? Pildora might have heard it. Definitely heard that one. They know Malzin is making so much noise, perhaps just to try and cover things up for Mon on the other side, but UMD have backed themselves into the perfect corner. Malzin is here. Has to play perfect snipes. Pildora fires some warning shots off. Little flanking play from Indra. He will pick up both players. Again, perfect play from UMD there. They get the information. They back up together. And they are not letting TLE take that one.
Yeah, no, it's just that sole defender, isn't it? Over towards that one bomb site. The moment that those nades landing towards the back, get the HP advantage. They're all sliding in towards these power positions that need to be held by TLE. And they still think it's going to be that hard hit over towards B. The trophy system reveals all. Late nade over towards the mid staircase comes through out from Saucy, who's not putting on the backs on the bomb side this time around, Brody. He's actually through elbow. This timing might be perfect to take down Pildora, but I think they just see each other's nameplates. They give it up for now. A lot of early utility reveals that it's just going to be a very static play until one of these snipers finds first blood, potentially. Now just under 90 seconds.
Such is the nature of Kurohana, folks. You're going to have to wait just a little bit of time before any action can actually take place. TLE might want to force it. Previously, it was Mon moving down long. This time, it's Saucy. Indra is in a position where he could catch Saucy off guard. Yeah, Saucy's not got a Scooby. What's happening to him? Indra shoots him in the back. And all of a sudden now, TLE man disadvantage, but they do have the advantage of being able to pre-aim here for this opening fight. S-Thug will take Dakota out of the play. Poetis with the trade. Still, TLE do not have the numbers, but what they do have proper is they've got that bomb.
And Indra's been waving this the entire time. I haven't seen anybody push through over by this lane. Everybody's on the quick wrap out. The bomb, though. It's going to be left over by B. It's going to take way too much time. Way too much time to make this play happen. The desperation for Pildora to be Hercules in this moment, but we're just down to 20 seconds, and the majority of his numbers are now just on the pinch.
Oh, well, that's fortunate for them, isn't it? Unravel gets snapped off the play. Slug now looking to trade things out. Wide shoulder. It's not going to happen. On the other side, you lose Mon. And just like that, I mean, UnMythic Dream, it looked shaky. They took a really long time to get that going proper, but it does work.
I don't know how it did. They never had numbers, but they poke up for information. Pildora just strikes over by the staircase. Puedes 9.5. Indra just behind him at 8. It's a 2-round lead here for UMD, who are now up out towards the defense. TLE, they're opening offense. That stun ends up connecting. That's going to keep them honest, but they do not waver.
UMD holding on sight. Oh, Pildora just snaps through 2. Are you kidding me? UnMythic Dream now off the back of that have full sight control. TLE, you are stuck down long. Pildora looking to snap another one. It's not going to happen. Saucy's going to take him out of the play now. Still though, numbers for UnMythic Dream. TLE still look like they want to try and take this A site.
Saucy thinking maybe we could catch timing if somebody pushes over by elbow. Neslug's playing for that. Not sitting here with an HSO. He does have an SMG to play with, but the one ace up your sleeve for TLE in this final moment is that you do have bomb. Here comes Dakota, trying to play forward at least towards the trade. He will get traded, but Puedes is immediately there to stop any sort of push from ever happening. UMD just 2 rounds away from tying up the series and guaranteeing a Combine and map number 4. TLE are just struggling to be able to find any sort of answer to Puedes and Pildora.
Yeah, Pildora, that was huge in that round. Very often, searching as prowess does just come down to sniper presence, and UnMythic Dream, they have that in spades right now. Mon will trade things out though. Puedes down long once again. Constant nuisance. He'll bring this down to a 4 versus 3. Now it's all down on Indra. Has too many places to look though. Saucy's going to take him out for free, and now you're in such an awkward position if you're UnMythic Dream. Both last players here totally separated out from the other.
I'm going down for sure. Saucy wasn't scoped in, but had the luxury of being able to get that challenge for Dakota. Puedes 1v4. He's up to 12. Can he make it 16?
Anyone could do it, I believe, in Puedes. Has the ultimate weapon to do it. Spotted out by Malshin, and now I think it should be over. There's no reason why they don't just triple challenge. Puedes is getting some good looks at some freebies, but they won't overchow. And that's the key thing here with 15 seconds left. They're not going to go too crazy. They're not going to run full sprint at him, and, well, Saucy will just hold the angle to close out the round. So, TLE, poking and prodding, they get another round on the board.
Saw off of their numbers, and they're going to be playing the double sniper instead of watching 2 different angles. Play them for the trade. Why not? Works out ever so wonderfully for TLE, who bring this back within 2. They're going to try this mid-execute maybe. This is all just to deny the nades. The majority of trophies for UMD surrounded by that B bomb site. And unbeknownst to them, that's the one that TLE are trying to set themselves up for. They're getting a lot of good posture up through the middle window hop-up. And Slug's the one with the bomb. That could be what they're playing for. And Pildora's ready for it. If he stays scoped in for this timing, it could prove to be quite fruitful. You can see the anxiousness that is going to be the next 90 seconds as we wait to see what lane will be executed upon.
TLE have actually garnered a lot of mid-map presence here. UnMythic Dream, I don't know if they're the roster that's tetchy enough to actually try and regain it. Saucy spotted out a problem. Pildora back towards the site to try and hold that angle. It's a big play to take off the board if you're UnMythic Dream. Saucy has been paramount. He's been pivotal to the first bloods for TLE, and at the moment, Saucy is missing every single shot. That is not good. And at the very least, though, they are waving a lot of flag and making a lot of attention over by B. Are they ready to cash that check, though? No. Dakota down for the count. There goes Indra as well. It's all falling apart for UnMythic Dream. TLE have got all the kills necessary. They have side control.
times was injured, willing to flirt with death. Finally finds him. 2v5 for the retake. Mostly going to be through the backside of the defender spawn, and you got a handful of players that are going to be watching this body stack. Before you could even think about getting that headshot on the backside of the dumpster, leaves Shisu in a 1v5 situation. TLE, they saw what UMD were really finding a lot of success with, and that is via their aggression. Turn things back in their favor. Recognize it is Kurohana Metropolis. 2-minute S&D rounds. Play for that first blood. Play for the denial of any sort of utility. And then see what the map has to offer. They've ripped 2 straight.
All right. TLE. Now looking to once again take mid-map presence. This is what benefited them before. Generally speaking, you do have snipers in the middle of the map watching this. A bit of interaction there. I believe it was Dakota that did see. Regardless, Pildora gets taken out of the play, and now TLE can pounce on this one. You've got to be careful. S-Thug has been tipped the spear too many times with the bomb. Will not give himself away for free this time, but garners a little bit of information that somebody's in the mid-cut. You now know that it's probably going to be weaker towards the site. Saucy looking for the kill. You take Indra down. You've got B-site control. And so all of this predicated on one man. TLE still not decided.
Dakota picked up Pildora's sniper rifle. And you're forced to give up one, if not the other, and the other is to give up the middle of the map. Saucy might find this timing to jump up through the window. He doesn't know what's waiting for him on the opposite side, so he's going to start joining his teammate. Mon's got a lot of space through Zig. 3 players now for UMD, stacking over towards B. And they'd be guessing a little bit more correctly. That's where the numbers are located at. TLE about to execute on B.
Wait a week going in this fight. Unravel and S-Thug have already found some value. That's the B-site control. Do they know that Shisui is so close? Could he blow this up? Doesn't get away cleanly for the first kill. Shots towards the second. Good enough. Still alive for the third. To a machine pistol. Now relying on Puedes for the 1 versus 3. To the snipe. It does not happen. TLE 3 rounds in a row. They are slowly teetering their way back into this search.
Oh man, they're just absolutely playing UMD like a fiddle. The patience game absolutely panning out for them. Just waiting for the overchow to come through. Pildora gives them a very easy first blood. And that plays right in towards their hands. Nades right over the top. Ceremonious. That is so much damage just denied by the trophy system. Just barely within reach to deny. TLE though, they're posturing themselves up over towards the A lane push, and for some reason Puedes thought that he could try to make things happen the hard way. Gives away a very easy kill, but it is traded 4v4.
TLE look focused now. That's the difference in the gameplay we've seen over the last 3 rounds. That's sent out from Pildora. It's courageous, but it won't connect to anything. They just don't know where to look. TLE, they have no information whatsoever. Maybe TLE can make a bit of noise from the middle of the map. That would give Pildora an idea. Of course, even seeing somebody cross would be an even better freebie. And TLE are just going to play the patience game. You've got a little bit of time on the board here. Just looking for the first blood. Pildora, can he find anything for free? Even now, refuses to move. They haven't checked this corner yet. Will they do so eventually? I mean, you've got to move. You've got 40 seconds left. It's time to go to one of these sites.
That execute time. Which way is it coming? They think it's over towards A. Late over towards B. Unravel USS9. He might hop through this window. Not great for Pildora. 2v3 now. And it's all gone completely wrong for UMD. They thought they had the read. They thought they had the angles being covered. But boy, did they get crossed up. The mental ankles being absolutely put on skates. TLE are about to bank 4 rounds in a row.
Shisui can do the impossible. Headshot off the first 20 seconds. Not a lot of time to perform a miracle. Shisui trying to turn water into wine towards the site. Too many corners to check, and he is donezo. 4th round on the board here in a row for TLE. They look so much more decisive. And UMD, we talked about the prowess of the snipers. It hasn't exactly dissipated in this game proper, but it certainly feels dampened over the last couple of rounds.
Really sure it does feel that way, Brody. TLE, their decisiveness comes through with lack of hesitation and just not over-chowing. aggression can only work for so long when TLE are just playing for these crosses. UMD again, thinking that they can get staging here towards the front side of the staircase. Mon, oh, he's not gonna look left, is he? Yeah, no, most certainly wouldn't. Why would you ever expect Shisu to be able to be in such a powerful position like that? Pildora answers back with the next two. It's numbers here for UMD, finally.
They just win the trades, straight up. Just stacking on a site, that's the right thing to do in that situation to make sure that you force overtime, because splitting yourselves across the map hasn't worked. TLE haven't really done that much in the way of A pushes for the last 3 rounds at least, so it's been an easy call to make that for UMD. All right, overtime we go. TLE have been here before. They felt decisive. They called it 8-6 versus XPE. Was there on the defense to kick things off though, so they are not the ones that need to make the first move.
Ooh, Puedes thinking that he can go for that unconventional slide jump chow that Ton and I were losing our marbles for earlier today. Instead, he gives away a very simple first blood. You're in this opening round of overtime. For UMD up towards their offense, feels like forever ago, but they were very comfortable being overly aggressive. You can see for Shisu, postured up in the bottom side of the window, waiting for any one of his teammates to be able to find certain foreground to then move further forward, but he's kind of trapped now until one of his teammates find anything across one of these 2 lanes.
It is just so difficult, isn't it, when you don't have the numbers? UMD have been in a position like this before. Just trying to find a way to split through the middle of the map. And might have just found it. Pildora walks straight through the cut. S-Thug is watching this one, though. He also has to watch the top side, so it's all about timing. Can Pildora catch any good one? Well, UnMythic Dream, excuse me, haven't fully made the decision of committing towards B just yet. It looks like that's where they're angling. 25 seconds. You have to go. You cannot sit here and do nothing. Here's a slide out. S-Thug ready for it. Take a 1-for-1. Unravel for the trades. You know where the pressure is coming from, and now you can collapse from multitude of angles. It's all down to one. Pildora is done. TLE continue their reign of terror.
Strike first here as far as the overtime is concerned. It's just the one skip of the beat there to cement the 5 rounds in a row for a map win. But now they go over towards offense. The half that got them here, Brody. Can this be the final nail in the coffin to go up 2-0 in the series? They're back towards their old ways. They're setting up for maybe for Shisui to make that mid-stage push. Not going to take it this time around, but TLE just hanging on by towards the offensive spawn. Seeing if anybody gets wildly or aggressive. Saucy very much so going to be checking this corner. He's actually going to push it all the way through now.
Yeah, they've been so much more confident, Saucy especially. This is what I wanted to see from him on the offense. Getting confident, getting aggressive with that sniper rifle for the first bloods. I think that's what TLE want to do. Perhaps the jump up here. Pildora might have heard that collab from Zyrax. He will definitely have heard that one for sure. Pildora knows. Actually, he's going to look away. A lot of noise being made here from Saucy. TLE just cannot get UnMythic Dream to give up their positioning no matter what they do. And so they'll just wait. Again, 50 seconds, you've got time.
Pildora playing a very important cross. That nade actually pushes him back ever so slightly. Oh, it's going to be Mon for the immediate cross to be able to find that engagement. Pildora takes him down with the Type 63. Thought maybe he would be playing the boomstick, but it instead will be an automatic weapon, at least close to being so. Unravel will be there for the trade. It's not enough to be able to push in towards one of these sites, but we're running out of time to make a decision, boys.
Yeah, 24 seconds. Oh, you really want to hit that sniper if you can. TLE trying to find their way through elsewhere. You've lost Unravel. Wrap and play from the middle of the map. Shisu is going to be the guy to do it. Fix up 3. And it's all down to Maozin now. If he's trying to pull off a spectacular snipe, that's not going to happen. And Shisu with a flank through the middle of the map there. It's a late commitment from TLE, and Shisu makes the best of it.
We go again. First now to 9, if at all possible. UMD get another crack over towards this offense. What do they learn from the previous ones? Is that their over embellishment for that first blood leads to them getting blooded first. So they're going back over towards this A rush. They're gonna be met by Mon. That nade, that stun sets up so wonderfully, almost for 3. And UMD simplistically not expecting that, but they just took down 1 in return. Can they find value through elbow?
No, you can't do it through long anymore. That's just not going to happen. The exit on the other side is being watched. Everything on S-Thug at the moment. To try and make sure that nobody does get through that cut in towards A. They're actually going to back up and give positioning here. Kind of surprised that Saucy's done that. Might well feel like Paldora is the key to this play. If he can catch a player making a silly flank off guard, that would open up a lot of space for UnMythic Dream. For the moment, though, they are just going to wait. Again, 2-minute S&D rounds, everybody. Welcome to the fun.
Happy to be here, man. Just happy to be here. Don't worry, in about 25 seconds, we will see a bum rush towards one of these 2 sites. Gonna have to have that decision. Shisu has a sniper rifle, and the only player to maybe find any sort of presence would be Pildora. He's the player that pushed all the way through that elbow area that I was talking about. Oh, and Saucy's timing. Oh, this could be so tough. He's just under his scope. Oh, it's infuriating.
Oh, do you not see him?
He didn't.
Bro.
He's just underneath his scope. They still didn't see him.
My God.
Unravel's here.
Unravel's committed to a corner. Yeah, they have no information whatsoever there.
Oh.
Unravel isn't even looking. He is committing to that corner.
What is happening?
Again, time is still an issue. TLE have chosen the bomb site they wanted to defend on the 50-50. Here we go. UnMythic Dream for the full send. S-Thug just going to pick a corner. Wait for the slide out. Easy 1 versus 1. 1-for-1 trade. Saucy trying to get a kill with the machine pistol. No, gets burned by Indra. Now just down to Maoshin and Unravel. Now just down to the latter, but there is no time. And that's why, folks, we don't use all 2 minutes to play the S&D round.
Bedtime story lessons with Brody.
Just don't do it.
The objective.
Just don't wait that long. I mean, you want to hold on to like some bit of utility to be able to get some sort of information, because sometimes the trades don't always go your way. 1 offensive round away. Now RTLE from that 2-0 lead. Once again, Malzine finds that first blood. He's the second of the 2 snipers there with Saucy. So we can see it from his perspective. He wants to try to push over towards B. What a stun out from Mon. Zyrax is just straight running them through. When it came down to any sort of B defense, this is surely going to be it.
Yeah, it really does feel like it. This is going to poke and prod, though. Go for the first. Anybody jumps out on towards the top banister, they will go down. Playing well for the aggression right now. I was going to say maybe Malzin on the flanking play. The shots out from Dakota might well pull Malzin into a freebie. 25 seconds, though. You can't wait for a freebie. You have to be the instigator, and it's not going to happen. The timing not good. You know where the last player is. Puedas. Can he do something special? He's already sniped on towards 1. In a second. Flanking play from Malzin, though. Third, right in front of him. The snapper not good enough to the machine pistol for the kill. Now he doesn't know about the flanking play. Immediately hops the bomb. Does Malzin get there in time? Yes, he does. He's got him off the bomb, and he will find the final kill. TLE. A few rounds of overtime deep, they get it done, and they will take the lead 2-0 in this series.
Surely felt like there for a second that we'd be talking a little bit different, maybe going again, but not going to be the case here throughout all these highlights. It was a 4-2 half. UnMythic Dream had themselves a tremendous lead. Pildora on top of Puedes, their double sniper setup, just a force to be reckoned with, and Shisui just... He's an artist when it comes down to his capability to be able to force all of these different routes, but S-Thug, he didn't give a damn about routes. His HSO was a real problem up close, but the flexibility and breakdown of the dynamices that is Kurohana for those 2-minute objective rounds was so much more favorable for TLE. Once they slowed the play down to a very slow beat per minute, it just felt like UnMythic had no response whatsoever. They wanted the pace to be set at an all-time high, and TLE Esports were able to play that right against them. Their double sniper setup, absolutely sublime. 13-9 out of Malzine, one of the forces to be reckoned with. 13-10 out of Unravel. Not the star-studded performance at map number 1 of what we were expecting, but definitely right there to be able to find the multi-kills when required.
Man, it is just wild, isn't it? It is absolutely wild that for the second consecutive search and destroy now, TLE
on the final round are just like, yeah, you know what? Let's just full send it. Let's just full send it towards the site. And that's how we're going to win the Search and Destroy. It is the exact same way they won earlier on versus XPE on Coastal. It is the exact same way they're able to win the Kurohana in one final round of Search and Destroy. You've got to give them some mad props, though, because in the middle of that game, I mean, they were down. I think it was like 5-2, I want to say, is what they were down. And then they managed to string about 4 or 5 rounds back to back before, of course, they saw XP force that overtime. It does feel like when they want to be decisive in Search and Destroy, that is what splits the difference between them and their opposition, and it certainly did that in that final round proper.
Just cannot afford to become complacent at all. You know, it's that same consistency that we're going to be talking about from North America. Simply, they always have like the swagger about them. It's like, oh, we're just the better team. We can run them over. But like any bit of, I guess, coordination when it comes down to a Kurohana Metropolis to be able to play the trades, and you could be put into the dirt. Here's where things get really scary for UnMythic Dream. As we continue to talk about the Control takeoff, here's a little bit of a little teaser for what you're going to be in store for this map number 3, Brody. But I'll pick your brain about this because Raid Control got away from UnMythic Dream when they were facing up against the Rejects. That's where they were playing at the highest pace, were Rejects at that point in time. And you really did feel like that map 1 or 2 did need to be won by UnMythic Dream, at least in my opinion, to be able to make a statement in towards this series, because it feels like that the pace has been deflated.
No, I do totally agree, right? Again, I think especially in that Search and Destroy, I think that's the one map mode combo that we were talking about. Hey, this is where we feel like UnMythic Dream are going to have the best chance of taking something against TLE, and they just couldn't crack things on the offense versus, or on the defense, excuse me, versus TLE in the second half of that game. And so, yeah, now we go into the Control, and we're looking at, this is the one mode that we saw UnMythic Dream lose in their last best of 5, albeit versus Reject. So I think we're playing that game phenomenally well. I know there was a couple of fumbles there, notably from UnMythic Dream, but still, you got to give Rejects their flowers for that one. You're going up against a TLE team where, you know, this is literally the map they dominated XP on earlier, and it was a 3-0 in the Control, and their map control looked phenomenal. So for me, yeah, I think, you know, even without just talking about Control as the general game mode here, I think we specifically talk about Takeoff Control, and we know that there is a very proficient team here in TLE that know how to play this map from a positioning perspective. Because that's the thing, again, a lot of people will look at this and just say, oh, you know, they won 3-0, so obviously they dominated them. But, you know, if you actually look at the minimap when we're seeing TLE play this game, you can see that they know what they're doing in terms of positioning. They know what they're doing. Hey, look, you know, if we're losing Control Tower, if we're losing Red Side, let's make sure that we've got Launch Center control. I think just little things like that, little bits of map control, shifting your kind of weight around the map, can make absolute hell for your opposition. I think TLE just get that.
Player number 3 in blue is going to be the one to watch out for me. Once we do get over towards the offensive side, I'll keep that feather in my cap for now, as we're in towards the opening salvo and its Control. And you need to have a good opening break off, especially through the early days on a Takeoff Control. TLE on the defense, have that plus a little bit more. Saucy, all of his flexibility now to the Type 63 single fire, just watching through the middle of the map. You couldn't have asked for a better start.
This is pretty much perfect coming out here. Defensive side holding for the moment. Now looking to try and move forward here. UnMythic Dream going to get a player on towards B. This is what I was talking about, by the way, in terms of shifting your weight. You want to make sure if you're not got any control over A, not got any control over the Control Tower, just push a player through your launch center to be a nuisance by B. And you're going to see TLE do exactly that. They shift their weight in towards B to hold on the point, and now UnMythic Dream are going to fill the space in the middle of the map towards A. Now they've got an opportunity here to actually try and capture the point, but Unravel Mouse in. Couple of kills to their name. UnMythic Dream now. First tick in towards A. S-Thug trying to hold the top side here. Flanking play starting to be put together. It's 3 players. It's 4 players all on the flank. And Dakota looking in that direction will find the first kill. Second tick now going to be through. If you're TLE, you got to stop this right about now. She's pushed all the way up the map towards the point. Mao's in, not able to do so. S-Thug, though, will double up. And it doesn't matter because UnMythic Dream, they've constantly got numbers on the point.
Yeah, they sure do. It's just a weird, easy read. Once you don't have any scaffolding control, you saw a handful of nameplates at the top side of the windows. It has to be a full flank. So you get the 60 seconds, but just because you capture a whole zone doesn't mean you gain any extra lives. So this one will be TDM'd its way to a TLE round win, but definitely going to be scratching their heads a little bit. I mean, you feel like that you should have been able to retake that relatively easier. If you had any player try to challenge through scaffolding, maybe break up any sort of pressure to flank back through the opposite side. But a round win is a round win at the end of the day. We'll talk more about those segments at the end of this. But I want to talk more about S-Thug going throughout the entirety of this offensive side and defense. I'm waiting for that moment, Brody. He's going to pull out the HSO. You remember back when he was on Try back in 2023, those R9O days, he was a force to be reckoned with in that control room.
Yeah, definitely. That's not a great start from Indra. Definitely shot some bullets with the death machine, so won't get the charge back for it. On the other side, Unravel is having a lot more luck with his Tempest. Mausen's going to steal that kill on towards Shisui away. Now, Unravel starting to move up the map here, wants to try and clear some space. Unfortunately for Unravel, though, he's lost the rest of his team. Gonna whiff that final shot, and that is a full feed here. Dakota gonna find 3, and now things starting to get a little bit worrisome for TLE. Puedas pushing up the map. UnMythic Dream here. They are getting hyper aggressive in this control. You can't exactly enact a spawn trap as easily anymore, but Puedas, the way he's playing, you wouldn't think so. Puedas for more will finally be denied the kills, but look at the life differential now. Puedas has dug a heavy hole for TLE to try and climb out of.
Oh, it's the spawn trap of an absolute nightmare, and TLE just cannot find a way out. 30 seconds might just be their refuge just to finally get out of this cataclysmic spawn trap that they are being enacted. And Claw here towards the end for Dakota just to keep them at a certain bullet's reach, but TLE trying to fight their way out of the spawn. It's just too late, man. No segments. They're about to be out of respawns as well. Any sort of operators might as well be salvaged going in towards the next round. But a statement certainly has been made here. Shisui, Puedes, they get through the scaffolding. They get postured up through the middle of the fountain. And they're putting them on absolute skates here all the way at the end. 16 extra lives in towards the bank.
Ready up.
It feels like our expectations are being thrown out the window right now. It feels like, hey, you know, we go back to that search and destroy, and on Mythic, we're like, you know, hey, this is the map we're going to win. We're going to type the series, and then the control probably going to go TLE's way. Nope, total flip of expectations right now. TLE to start this one. Mausen going to bring that war machine out to try and split players in towards launch center. So step number 1 of that plan has been done. You need to fill up with some actual kills though, and well, that is happening. It's a triple investment of the operators coming out from TLE. That is a perfect execution of operator utility in towards the start of this round, and now they're following up with phase 2 of the plan. It's time to drill through them.
Yep, absolutely the case. Saucy DM up top inside the glass. He's just trying to redecorate. He's not really finding much of anything. Kill feed still there for TLE, and it is just absolute punishment. 10 life lead now for TLE. Really just trying to make that as dominant as humanly possible. It's really their only hope to maybe seeing the light of the end of this tunnel, but never want to count UMD out. Let's forgot how quickly they were able to get that A zone back in their previous offense, but the difference between then and now, they don't have the posture comparatively. Unravel has the Tempest, sees Indra up top. He runs out of Death Machine, or does he? He's still hanging up in the window, and that's a big moment for UMD to maybe try to pounce on, but they just don't have the lives to play with.
Yeah, at this point for UMD, you're just trying to salvage something out of this round. Like, an 8 versus 19 isn't impossible. You certainly don't want to invest in towards this round, though. Just try and get any sort of ticks you possibly can. Flanking play from Shisui will find 3. And now all of a sudden here, full V tier for UMD. That might well be a full A capture if they stack the point. They're choosing not to, actually. They're choosing to kind of almost immediately here move on towards the point. Nades and utility over the top. UMD, though, traded out now. 12 versus 6. You're going to find 1 second on the clock. They're going to get back on towards 8. Looking towards S-Slug. We'll find a kill on towards Pildora, so red control will be denied. Back towards the point we go, and Mausen's going to double up. That's going to be the tick over. No more time. I don't know if they got that second tick through, but still, last little hurrah from UMD. That's what we were talking about. You're in a terrible position. Just get something.
Yeah, 4, maybe 5 segments is going to be the tally for UnMythic Dream to guarantee that round 5 defense. TLE can close things out here if they just outright win the offense, of course, but love this call from Pildora. Immediately got the War Machine. You know that Mausen doesn't have theirs off of what happened towards the tail end of the previous round. Finally gets theirs online, but it's just damaged. Not a whole lot of space. These opening breakoffs for TLE have been great on the defensive side. Their last offensive incursion, not as good as this one. Look at the space through control, Brody. They can get themselves over towards A, but they have to be okay with giving up scaffolding and the top side window. UMD were quite content with it, and that's the reason why they got A in their previous offense.
Now, right now, TLE, I'm on towards the point. Nice double. Perfect read on the flanking play coming through as well. Vetoes is one of those players, though. You've got to be careful not to die to him, and it doesn't matter. Vetoes only actually finds one for that Tempest. You're perfectly happy. He gets a posthumous kill off the back of it. Holocks a player towards place towards the point, but TLE still getting progression regardless. Now you're having to earn map control once again, and you're down to just one operator in the back pocket. Flanking play. Does it work out towards the point? Shisui looking for kills. Not going to find more than one. Softens things up so that another player can come out on the flank and pick up a second kill. Vetoes is that guy. Is now looking to reduce control of the point while also picking up some frags. UMD in good control here. Unravel. Going to invest the Tempest to try and garner mid-map presence, as is Mon coming out here. This is a triple investment from TLE. They are fully sending for this one. They know how much getting control of this point can matter. They want a cool game right here, proper.
And might be able to do so. 7 life advantage. Mon's got the equalizer out. Death Machine also in tow here for Saucy. Where are they located at? He's got a bullet hose with their name on it. 14 plays up against 9. It might not even come down to zone control because there's still 90 seconds to play some TDM.
That's the key thing here. UnMythic Dream are going to try and grind down as much as clock as possible to get cycled back into their ops. I just don't know if it's going to matter at this point. TLE, they have the operators. Sestard with 3. Now down to the last couple of players. It's all down to Indra, and the Death Machine is brilliant. It's one of the most powerful operators in the game, but is it good enough to drag you through a 1 versus 10? Well, not when there's this much time on the clock. TLE could simply wait if they wanted to. Instead, they're just going to approach the point from every single angle possible. And Indra overwhelmed TLE into the grand finals.
Wow. And just like that, TLE Esports backs pushed up against the wall. We were ready to start talking about a Combine Hardpoint on Mythic Dream through that previous offense. Only get one, if not the second segment. And realistically, I was sitting here poised for a TLE round 5 offense masterclass. I didn't think that was going to come through round 4. Excuse me. Absolutely insane. And that's what comes through from TLE Esports when you're able to see them backs against the wall. They got the operators. They got the posturing. This time, that last offense, they won the opening break-off and didn't overextend themselves away from some easy gunfight losses, in my opinion, Brody. But I think that's what you want to see out of TLE Esports. If this is going to be NA's number 1 in between these two, the team with the better macro, definitely the better representative.
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree with that. I think, just UnMythic Dream became a little bit too predictable in that control. I think especially going to that final round, right? It's like, look, right, you're on the offense if you're TLE. The one thing you're definitely going to do is you're going to make sure, look, we're going to go towards the point. We're going to get control, tower control. We're going to get red control. And we know that they're going to flank us through launch control because that's the only place that they could possibly come from. It's a predictable play. And albeit UnMythic Dream actually got the gunfight, it just didn't matter because they exhausted a lot of util to do exactly that. And TLE, well, they will take that all day long. TLE look like a phenomenal takeoff control team. And if I'm any team playing them tomorrow in the grand final, that is an instant veto for me.
Tom, would you agree? Is that going to be an instant veto for you, or do you just think, yeah?
Get it gone. Get it gone. No, that was really, really solid from that. I mean, look, as far as like close-up matchups, like first 2 maps relatively close, obviously, especially Search and Destroy. But yeah, TLE really showing their pedigree throughout that series entirely, to be honest with you. Just being able to find those moments time and time again. Just a really solid performance. I think especially in the scenario where you're at, you don't really know where things are lying in North America. For them to go out and do that, really solid showing.
Now, if you're looking from UnMythic Dream's perspective, Brody, you have 1 more series ahead of you, potentially 2 more when it comes down to tomorrow. You're already guaranteed 4 Katowice, but there's only room to grow, and now you got some good VOD versus what is presumably the number 1 from North America.
Yeah, I think if you're UnMythic Dream, you're kind of, look, you're not happy with that. You got 3-0'd, right? No one's ever going to be happy with getting 3-0'd, but I think there is space to learn in that series ultimately. You didn't lose the hardpoint that badly ultimately, right? It was just a couple of rotations looking different and they would have been perfectly fine. The Kurohana Search and Destroy, obviously I think they definitely need to work on their defensive line against a roster like TLE, because if that's who you're going to face again in the grand finals, that's something you need to change. I just think don't play Takeoff Control ultimately. It does feel feel like TLE have kind of got that unlock at the moment. But you've got time, as we said. I mean, this is what I said about XP and Rejects as well. You know, you guys have time now at the end of tonight, beginning of tomorrow, to put some work in. You know, make sure you're warm going into tomorrow's matchup, because you know, it really does matter, even for those teams that are qualified, by the way, as well, right? Again, I mentioned this very briefly, but if you're a TLE and you're already got second place, that's great. But getting the first seed out of North America is hugely important, because it can drastically affect your chances of making it to playoffs with the GSL style format that we've got here in this competition. You know, this isn't Swiss anymore. Like, you're not just going to face any random old team on the day based on your performance. You are going to be in a set pool based on the seed that you get going in the competition. And coming into that tournament as the #1 team in North America is going to be the highest chance that you've got of not facing an absolute titan in your group and making it to playoffs. So that's really important for all teams to perform at their best, even those that have already qualified.
Biggest difference in between facing Wolves and, well, not Wolves. Definitely ups your stonks as far as your World Championship appearance is concerned. Todd, as we get a quick little preview as far as our schedule is concerned tomorrow, Rejects versus XPE will then, of course, solidifying our third final team to go to Katowice in November. We'll then face the winner of UMD, and then the winner of that naturally will face TLE. But it's going to be a jam-packed day tomorrow. Again, we still got a certain series of tickets to send towards the North American teams. Way.
Yeah, that first game, the final spot for North America is up for grabs. So, I mean, that's a huge game. One very contrasting teams, I want to say. One with absolute titans who've been around who maybe just aren't quite at their level anymore. And then a team who are really trying to prove that they can compete with the best. So it should be an absolute banger to kick things off. But yeah, really curious to see who's going to come out on top. TLE, yeah, okay, they will get themselves into that grand final via 3-0, but Map 2 definitely could have went a different direction. Look, Control, I will not see Takeoff again. There's definitely a potential for some exciting games tomorrow.
Definitely going to be an exciting day of some Call of Duty Mobile tomorrow. Again, one more spot is going to be up for grabs when it comes down to the broadcast. You can find all the information when we go live, where we're going live, and all of our reactions throughout the entirety of the games tomorrow if you follow us on all of our social medias at TLE Esports on both Instagram and X to be able to follow along with it. Because we still have to send one more team home, team home and a team to Katowice. That all ends up being concluded tomorrow, and we got to be able to find out if Brody is satisfied with NA's any chances to stand up to any of these titans that we have at Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. He's not satisfied. We aren't either. But what we do know for a fact is we will see you tomorrow for some more Call of Duty Mobile action.
Like that magic, do ya? Want a little more, do ya? Like that magic, do ya? Want a little more, do ya? Pick a number, any number you like. Now forget it, you won't need that tonight. Know my reputation, ain't got it tight. Let me show you this trick I like. Yeah, baby, I'm the best. That's why I ain't taking no less. I'm like the Royals, don't sweat. The haters look little from the jet. Woo, little to the left. You always hit the spot, yes. Think I'm just blessed. Red souls with that new couture dress. Hey. I'll show you things that you won't believe, no. Yeah. Stand back, baby, here we go. Baby, here we go. Use that magic. I'm the queen of all suits. I'm doing just fantastic. Said that goddess a little loose. I roll up in old classics. It's all diamonds, no hoops. I'm doing good. How about you? Welcome to another world, one where they let out all the girls. Them boys, they don't know where to look now. We're stripping cause it's winning's hot work. Yeah, little to the right, just so I hit the spotlight. I want everyone to see now. This is how you do the thing right. Hey. I'll show you things that you won't believe, no. Yeah. Stand back, baby, here we go. Baby, here we go. Use that magic. I'm the queen of all suits. I'm doing just fantastic. Said that goddess a little loose. I roll up in old class. be on the good stuff. Cause we go harder than the bedrock. Shine like the neighbor when the bed rocks. All you need to know is I'll be back.
A quick slide through from Prevail.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, I've been at the bottom, let it down from the top. I can't let them freeload. I got hit on my plug. We got so much to do. I gotta reload. Let me call you tomorrow. I got tests when I'm finished, but I keep it moving. If I stop in the process, you gon' run out my time. I need it, it's crucial. It's life in the top of the mountains where eagles will ride. How they find me is higher than ever. You can let fire, so run, make it down, make it minute of pressure. I've been on the way. I got no time to look back at my family. Gon' need some more cheddar, so let's get it poppin'. Told me to put up a setup, you should not, but never been better. You gon' let it count, shit fine. Bumpin', I'm crossing the line, we ready to sign. Yeah, oh, can't get out of my way. This shit no walk up a giant. Yeah, oh, don't want me swallowing my teeth. Might have some blood on my tooth. Yeah, oh, I kinda settle the beef, so Lord, forget what I do. I'm at the top, yeah. Been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than ever. Yeah, might at the satellite calling for all my endeavors. Yeah, I ain't gon' sweat on you, tweaking, you know I don't let up. Yeah, so Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than ever. Yeah, might at the satellite calling for all my endeavors. Yeah, I ain't gon' sweat on you, tweaking, you know I don't let up. Yeah, so Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah. I'm loyal to this till I die, ain't no switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's true, listen, I didn't gain as fast, do it die.